Welcome to the stream. We have Ignis and Mist facing off on Mapas today, with Ignis entering the match as the favorite. Ignis holds a massive lead in the head-to-head over the long haul, and honestly, the historical gap is wide enough that his first round loss shouldn't rattle him. I suspect the favorite will lean into that confidence and start a pushback. Mist is heating up, now leading 2-1. The lower rated man is really putting on a show early. The parity is real so far. Neither player can seem to get a 2-round lead. His recent form has been struggling, but that seems to be shifting. Nick. He's showing why he's ranked slightly higher on the ladder. He's completely taken over the server now, securing his third straight victory. A familiar sight, similar to their 13-8 clash on Redline. A quick reaction from Mist to halt that momentum. He is definitely leaning on that recent positive form. Ignis has traditionally dominated this matchup with a 65% win rate over a huge sample size. That psychological edge is usually enough to shut the door on an underdog. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually find a way to break that pattern today. A total deadlock at 5-all. The lower seeded player is really putting the pressure on here. We're taking a very quick breather here, but stay tuned for more Mapas action. And we are back live on Mapas with Ignis and Mist tied up at 5-all. Ignis has the narrow advantage now as they approach the halfway point of the match. The Martin 14 seed is starting to assert his authority. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. Well, Ignis is doing enough to stay in the driver's seat, but Mist is making him work for every single round. This is definitely a closer fight than the rankings suggested. Let's see who takes control now. Mist takes a narrow lead, moving ahead 7-6. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite right now. Ignis manages to put the pressure back on and catches Mist right as he pushes up the ramp. Ignis regains the lead, now sitting one up. It's worth noting he's really pushing his edge in the rankings. And he keeps it rolling. That is a third straight point for Ignis. The gap in their individual ratings seems a bit wider now. What a brawl. He barely manages to survive that exchange, but the streak hits 4. His current run mirrors that dominant performance they saw on Redline recently. Mist answers back instantly with a crisp headshot, refusing to let his opponent pull further away. Tough exchange for the front runner, but he just couldn't close it out as Mist keeps this comeback rolling. He's completely erased the buffer that Ignis built up earlier. Unbelievable. That is 3 straight for Mist to tie this series up. This is a nightmarish way for the favorite to enter a dead heat. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to edge out the win with just a sliver of health left. The momentum has completely shifted in a huge way. He finds an answer immediately, leveling the series at 11-all. Both of these players are currently fighting for their lives in the upper half of the rating. He's practically unstoppable now, putting the pressure on Ignis as he stares down the finish line. What a finish! Mist completes the comeback and closes out the series. He just completely flipped the script on this rivalry. It's not often we see someone break through that kind of mental block. He had to work for that. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Lancer and Mist facing off today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Mist starts strong by cleaning up Lancer right off the ramp. He's already looking to repeat that result from their last encounter. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Lancer somehow walks away with a tiny sliver of health to tie it up. Mist is making a statement here, taking control again by punishing Lancer on the ramp. Lancer is fighting an uphill battle here, completely outmatched in these early exchanges. Mist holds the high ground on the ramp to secure a huge 3-round run. Lancer is really struggling to keep that head-to-head advantage afloat today. A fierce scramble from the ramp, but Lancer wins out and proves he's not going down easily. He needed a spark like that to stay in this. He is putting on a serious show of grit, clawing his way back into this set. A very clean pair of rounds to tighten this up. Mist is playing the numbers game perfectly, continuing to punish Lancer even when he tries to hold a position. Lancer is staying composed, shutting him down on the ramp to keep the pressure on. He's showing why the pre-match odds leaned his way today. Lancer had a chance to shift the energy, but Mist is simply too sharp in these head-to-head skirmishes. The overall head-to-head record is firmly in Lancer's favor. Mist has a higher success rate on this specific map, which seems to be paying off for him right now. He's really translating that technical advantage into confidence by staying aggressive. It will be tough for Lancer to find a way back into this. Mist takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's making the most of his 51% map win rate here. He's just completely outdueling Lancer in every single exchange so far. Mist is cruising right now with a heavy 9-4 lead. He is firmly in control since that close victory on Blame map. Lancer is trailing behind, sitting at 5-9. He's definitely proving his higher seed today. Mist is just too fast right now, clutching another one from the ramp. Lancer is starting to look like he's lagging behind his ranking here. He's really putting the pressure on now. Lancer needs to figure this out fast, or it's going to be a very short series. Unreal. He barely survives that brutal scrap to put himself on the verge of victory. He really fought through that narrow sliver of health to close it out. A quick reaction from Lancer to keep the game going for now. Lancer is fighting to prove he belongs in the top 10. Lancer strikes quickly from the ramp to keep the dream alive. The momentum is shifting, but the gap remains huge. Lancer is on fire, picking him off the ramp for another huge point. He's finally starting to find some consistency with his aim. He just won't stop taking another one from the ramp to keep the charge going. Lancer is proving exactly why he entered this duel as the favorite. Lancer is simply refusing to go away, adding 5 straight to his tally now. A complete reversal of the energy we saw in their prior matchups. What a finish. Mist shuts the door on the series with a perfectly timed shot. Lancer's massive late charge almost flipped the script, but he just couldn't close that final gap. He really put the pressure on at the end. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Ignis taking on Lancer in this match, with Ignis entering as the slight favorite. Ignis has historically been the stronger player here, winning about 59% of their head-to-head encounters. Well, he's certainly looking to lean into that confidence after an opening round victory. It'll be interesting to see if that long-term dominance translates into a lead today. Ignis is pulling ahead, holding a narrow one-round lead. Lancer is quickly shifting the energy of this set, taking control of the series with a pair of swift wins. Ignis clings to a slim lead at 3-2. Lancer will definitely remember that 13-5 victory from their last meet. Lancer proves he isn't intimidated, pulling the equalizer with a clean read on Ignis as he stepped up that ramp. It's almost an even split between them on the ladder right now. Ignis manages to reclaim a slender edge at 4-3. Both players are fighting through a rough day, each sitting at 17-19. Ignis is sitting at a 51% win rate here on this specific map. It's giving him a clear advantage in terms of comfort and spacing. He's starting to weaponize that experience to pull away with the lead. Ignis stays out in front, holding the line 5-4. Lancer is certainly playing with a lot of confidence today. Ignis is starting to distance himself, leading 6-4. Both of these players are firmly entrenched in the upper half of our rating. We are seeing some incredibly fast exchanges here, with these rounds concluding in a heartbeat. Lancer is putting on a real show today. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, this is basically exactly what we expected to see. Lancer is keeping pace perfectly, but the higher rated player is still fighting for control. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis breaks the deadlock to move ahead 7-6. Lancer is definitely shaking off that loss to Mist he suffered earlier. And Lancer hammers it home to tie things up at 7-7. They're practically mirrors of each other on the ladder right now. That was a lightning fast reaction. Ignis is really starting to tighten his grip on this set. Unreal Ignis nearly went down, but barely escapes with a win from the ramp. Terrifyingly narrow escape for him there. Ignis keeps the momentum, pushing ahead to 9-8. Lancer is clearly a dangerous opponent for him. Lancer fights back to bring us level at 9. This a total toss-up given how close they are in the standings. What a display! He just plucked Ignis right off the boost to keep this hot streak alive. The momentum is mirroring that 13-5 victory from yesterday. He bounces back with a swift response to bring the score back to a deadlock. We're seeing a real clash of titans between two of the top 15. Ignis has fully reclaimed the advantage, taking a 2-round lead and putting a lot of pressure on Lancer. Absolute perfection from Ignis, who now stands on the verge of closing this out. Lancer keeps his hopes alive with a sharp finish to stay in the game. Lancer really knows how to step up when the pressure is highest. What a conclusion. Ignis puts on a final show to seal the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find a way to close that final gap. He had to work for that. Welcome to Redline. We have Ignis and Mist facing off, with the favorite Ignis looking to dominate once again. Absolute chaos in the opening exchange, and Mist barely scrapes through that fight alive. This is already looking like a repeat of their last encounter. Ignis holds a massive historical lead with a 65% win rate against this opponent. But Mist has actually been the better player lately, coming off a strong run in his last 10 matches. It will be interesting to see if that momentum outweighs the long-term stats. Mist is really putting the pressure on here, capitalizing on that high ground again. He's really echoing that 13-11 victory from their last meeting. He's taking full control now, ending a fierce battle to move ahead by 3. A total role reversal from what we expected today. He's simply untouchable right now, claiming another victory from the ramp to extend his lead. Unreal, a grueling slugfest that came down to the wire, but he manages to survive the exchange. He's playing like a man possessed after that 13-10 win over Lancer. A brutal back and forth exchange here, but he manages to outlast his opponent to reach 7. Ignis finally finds an answer, shutting down that momentum for a moment. Their matchups are usually so competitive. Both players decided to fight for the same high ground here, and Ignis managed to come out on top. The gap in their overall ratings is barely a single point. He's really turning the tide here, completely erasing any trace of his opponent's previous run. Mist holds an 8-4 advantage as we head into the break. I mean, we expected Ignis to run away with this, but the underdog is playing far better today. He has completely flipped the script on the favorites. Let's see if Ignis can rally. Mist has been putting up an incredible 70% win rate over his last 10 outings. That a level of consistency we just aren't seeing from Ignis right now. It will be interesting to see if that high ceiling allows him to close this out quickly. A complete shutdown here as he continues this improbable surge. Just an absolute blur of a round for him. A tight exchange here, but he manages to come out on top to widen the gap. He's really looking comfortable in this series today. He's showing real grit now, securing a flawless exchange to tighten the gap. He's putting on an incredible display of persistence, erasing the deficit to pool level. What a sight. He's completely overhauled this match, claiming his 3rd straight to take a narrow lead. A huge response from Mist, leveling the score back up at 10. A surprising knife finish to bring the scores dead even. Mist is simply on fire, utilizing that ramp to secure a very comfortable lead. Show an incredible heart, taking this round in a blink to square the matchup. A lightning fast reflex shot to put everything back on the line. Unbelievable. He's clawed his way back to match point, securing another one from the ramp. He's just completely shifted the energy in his favor. What a fight. Both players fought for the ramp, but Mist managed to secure the win and force this into overtime. Truly a nail-biter for these two top half contenders. Ignis is showing incredible resilience, picking him right off that ramp to secure the lead. Purely a battle of wills now as we head into the finale. It is an absolute deadlock now, with neither player able to hold the lead for more than one round. We're seeing a deadlock between two of the top 15 players. Mist just makes quick work of him from below, completely denying that ramp advantage. His confidence is through the roof right now. He's completely shut down the opposition's rally, moving just one step closer to victory. He's really proving that the initial rankings were wrong today. He refuses to back down, shutting the door on that close attempt to end it. Game over. Mist holds his ground in a fierce duel to secure the victory. He just wouldn't let the pressure get to him, even in a deep overtime grind like that. Ignis really fought for every inch of the map, but it just wasn't enough today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Orange. Lancer and Mist are ready to face off to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a historical edge with 764 total wins in this head-to-head matchup, but Mist has been on fire lately. He's actually coming off a win against Lancer in their very last meeting. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries through today. Mist is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He looks incredibly sharp coming off that recent win over Ignis. Just a total blowout as he secures another quick victory to keep the momentum swinging. He just can't be stopped. Marking off another victory to hold a commanding lead. This is really starting to look like a replay of their last encounter. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another easy win to widen the gap. The momentum is staying with the higher rated player today. What a scrap. He barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange with his life. Lancer has struggled significantly in his most recent matches, having lost his last two outings. That downward trend is clearly bleeding into this series, and he's going to need a massive shifting gear to claw back into this game. Lancer is refusing to quit, taking another round without letting his opponent land a single shot. The confidence is definitely shifting back to the favorite. Mist still holds a solid 3-round cushion here. Lancer's ranking is close, but the recent matchups aren't going his way. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, he's looking much steadier than Lancer right now. That 5-round run he put together really put him in the driver's seat. Fresh start for both players here. He's digging in deep, showing a lot of heart to narrow this gap further. This is exactly why he entered today's match as the favorite. Lancer is absolutely refusing to fade away, evening things up at 7-7. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal firefight to claim the lead and keep this streak rolling. He's completely flipped the script on this one. Lancer is on fire, taking a 4th straight round to firmly seize control of the match. He is looking absolutely fearless in these exchanges. He just won't stop now, extending the streak to 5 rounds in a row. The pressure is really getting to the underdog right now. Finally, Mist manages to hold that landslide and get a crucial point back on the board. Lancer will need to tighten up if he wants to wrap this quickly. Another effortless kill for Mist, showing some real grit to stay in this fight. He's showing a lot of resilience to keep this close. Fierce back and forth exchange, but he wins the duel to level the score at 10-10. Neither side is willing to give an inch in this deadlock. A total shutdown as Mist continues his charge, taking a clear advantage back into his hands. He's completely taken over the map, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. What a finale! He barely survives that slugfest to complete an incredible comeback and take the map. Lancer really put him through the ringer in the middle of that set, but he just couldn't close the door. He had to dig deep to get this one across the line. He really earned it. Welcome everyone to Berserk League, us with Ignis entering as the slight favorite. We'll be right back with more action from Mapas after a quick technical break. We are back in action on Mapas as Ignis and Lancer restart their deadlock at 0-0. Ignis comes out strong, using that ramp to get the opening frame. Lancer is really struggling to get a win going today. Lancer shuts this down quickly, catching Ignis right on the ramp to tie things up. A huge confidence boost for the underdog to start this second duel. Ignis enters this rivalry with a strong historical advantage, having won 59% of their encounters. That a massive sample size really makes him the clear favorite here. Lancer is definitely fighting an uphill battle to overturn that trend. Ignis holds the lead, but Lancer is keeping pace. It's a tight battle for these two in the upper half of the ladder. What a scramble, he barely survived that exchange to leave us completely deadlocked. Absolute nerves of steel to close that out with such a low health. Lancer just edges ahead, now leading 4-3. It's a surprising shift from their typical dynamic. And we are back to a stalemate at 4 apiece. His current run of form has been a struggle lately. Ignis is really taking control of the tempo here, shutting down Lancer's attempt to hold the ramp. He's completely shifted the tide, putting together a strong run to lead 6-4. Unbelievable. He clutches out a nail-biter of a fight to extend this run to 4 straight. The momentum shift here is mirroring the result of their previous clash. Ignis takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. While he's looking every bit the favorite right now, that late 5-round stretch has put him in a great position to wrap this up. Let's see if Lancer can pivot. Ignis is really asserting his dominance in this specific pairing, having won over half of their all-time encounters. So yeah, it's becoming a pattern that's hard to ignore. Now it's just a matter of seeing if Lancer can find a way to break this momentum before it's too late. A complete shutdown there as he puts together another 3 straight for a commanding lead. He's simply untouchable right now, securing yet another victory to put himself 1 step from the finish line. Lancer really needs to find some answers fast. What an absolute blast. He finishes the game with a perfect sequence to claim the series. He was just on another level today, and that sub 2-second reaction time really showed the gap. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Ignis and Mist facing off today in a battle between two top contenders. Ignis has been the dominant force in this rivalry, winning 65% of their lifetime meetings, and that historical edge usually gives him the mental advantage in these games. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can shake that off today. What a fight. He barely scraped through that encounter with a tiny sliver of health. He's certainly showing why those last 10 games have gone so well. Ignis is cruising right now with a commanding 3-1 lead. Mist fights back hard to bring it to 3-2. We're seeing that recent hot streak in effect. Mist has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early lead to tie things up. Ignis claws back the lead, putting him up 4-3. Mist has been in an incredible run of form with a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. It's clearly a high point for him, and he's already proven he can take down Ignis in their most recent meeting. The question now is whether he can find that same gear to claw back into this set. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-round cushion. We are seeing a total stalemate right now, with neither player able to string together a real lead. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's holding the advantage. Just as we anticipated, Mist is putting up a good fight, but the favorite is still steering the ship here. Time to switch sides. Mist is closing the gap, trailing by just 1 now. He's really leaning into that strong recent form tonight. Ignis just pulled ahead to an 8-6 advantage. Despite the narrow lead, he's still fighting that head-to-head deficit. These rounds are flying by. Mist is looking incredibly sharp with those snap reactions. We've hit a dead heat at 8 apiece. That was an incredibly fast trade to level things up. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking the 17th with a perfectly clean shot. The momentum has completely shifted, and that's 4 straight for Mist. He is really making a statement tonight as the underdog. Ignis answers back quickly, putting a stop to that momentum swing. Absolute chaos. They're deadlocked at 10 all. These two are practically a mirror image on this map. Mist is really putting the pressure on here. Just a single round away from a huge result. This really feels like a mirror of their previous clash. Another clean win for Mist, and he's now just 1 round away from taking the whole match. Unbelievable. Mist closes it out with total precision to secure the series victory. He's really turning the tide on this rivalry, proving those head-to-head numbers are starting to mean nothing. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Lancer and Mist facing off to see who comes out on top today. Lancer currently holds the lifetime lead in their head-to-head record, but he's really struggling to find his footing today after dropping his last 4 matches. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script here. Mist is really starting to dominate with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely eager to bounce back from that recent series loss. The momentum has completely shifted. Lancer was looking shaky early on, but now he's the one with the edge. Absolutely untouchable right now. Lancer just cruised to another victory without taking a single hit. He's proving that his overall edge in this rivalry is real. A sharp response from Mist to bring the score level. The higher seed is definitely finding his confidence. Mist pulls ahead, taking a narrow lead at 4-3. He's definitely playing like someone who's on a hot streak lately. Lancer strikes back to tie it all up at 4-4. This is a tough spot for the higher rated player to keep his lead. The pace of these exchanges is just blinding, neither of them giving an inch today. He's been incredibly consistent with his form throughout the day. Mist is on a massive roll with a 6-win streak in his last 10 outings. It's clear he has all the confidence right now. Lancer really needs to find a way to slow this down before the lead grows. Mist edges it out just slightly with a 6-5 lead. He's still leaning on that strong career head-to-head advantage. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the momentum is leaning toward a higher ranked player for now. Lancer fought back hard to keep it close, but he still looks a bit off his usual game. Time to switch sides. Lancer is hanging tough, now trailing Mist 6-7. A very tight battle between two upper half regulars. What a scramble. Both players poured everything into that fight and he just barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. Mist holds an 8-7 grip as we move forward. Lancer is feeling the pressure after that tight 10-13 loss earlier today. Mist extends the gap to 9-7 with that win. The 13 rated player is clearly in top form today. Lancer is refusing to go away quietly. This really keeps the series wide open. A strong effort from Lancer to keep this one within reach. Mist is pulling further away, now sitting at 10-8. A really tough set of results for him lately. Lancer narrows it down to a tight 9-10 deficit. He's really fighting through that slump with some grit. Lancer is fighting a steep uphill battle now, and he really can't afford any more mistakes. Lancer is refusing to fold, making this a genuine nail-biter as we enter the final stretch. Fastest engagement of the set so unreal. He was almost out of the fight, but he claws back to tie this series up at 11. Complete chaos as we head into the final stretch. Lancer just looks incredible from the boost, taking full control of the server to move within one of the victories. He just closes the door on this series, finishing the fight without taking any damage. He's finally snapped that losing streak in the most dramatic way possible. Mist just doesn't have the answer for him today. What a fight. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on Italy today to see who comes out on top. Ignis has a historical edge here, winning about 59% of their head-to-head meetings. That dominance shows in how they've handled their recent matchups. We'll see if Lancer can actually find a way to close the gap this time. Just a flash of the wrist, and it's over, keeping the perfect start alive. A real contrast to how he fared against Mist today. He answers back immediately to stop that slide. The underdog is fighting back into the... He's completely untouchable right now, taking another round in a blink. He's proving he can hang with the favorite early on. Lancer has completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. He quickly puts a stop to the momentum, edging back ahead in the count. Lancer is showing some serious grit, securing a perfect round to bring the score level. He's definitely playing the role of spoiler right now. Unbelievable, he barely survives that scrap, clutching the win with a sliver of health left. Both players are currently tied at 17-19 for the day. Ignis is currently sitting at a 15-16 rating on the ladder. That slight technical advantage is really starting to materialize as he puts distance between himself and Lancer. Now it's a matter of whether the underdog can actually find a way to break this streak. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. The favorite is holding a small edge, just like we anticipated. Lancer has kept things competitive, so we're expecting a tight second half. Fresh start now. Lancer remains remarkably composed, closing that gap to just one round. Squeezing every single opportunity out of this series. Lancer is refusing to back down, evening things up with a completely clean finish. Complete parity now, exactly halfway through the regulation set. Ignis reclaims the lead, putting him just ahead at 8-7. Lancer has had a tough run of luck in their recent meetings. A completely clean exchange for Lancer, who continues to dig deep in this series. A complete reset of the scoreboard heading into this late stretch. Lancer is showing impressive tenacity, taking this round without losing a single point of health. A truly flawless set of rounds from the underdog. Ignis reads that pick perfectly and picks him right off the wine crates. The gap in their ladder rankings is practically non-existent at this point. Lancer gets another quick one, continuing to claw his way back into this match. We'll take a very quick time out here. Stay tuned as we resume this battle on Italy. And we are back to the action on Italy, with Lancer holding a slim 10-9 lead. He's continuing a strong push, shutting down the rally from the wine crates. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Ignis reacts quickly here, ensuring the score stays tight as we enter the final stretch. Another swift victory for the resilient Lancer, who is now just one round away from securing the series. What a series! Lancer closes it out with an absolute blur of a shot to take the victory. He's finally broken that curse and managed to secure a win against the favorite today. A complete nail-biter through and through, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone. We have Ignis taking on Mist on Orange with the favorite looking to secure a strong win today. Ignis has won 65% of their lifetime meetings, clearly establishing a long-term dominance over his opponent, but Mist is coming off a direct victory in their most recent clash. It will be interesting to see if that recent confidence outweighs the historical gap. He's just taking over this early phase, sweeping the first three rounds to establish a lead. A swift response from Mr. showing some real fight to get back into this. He needed a moment to settle in after starting so slow. The higher rated player in this pair is definitely feeling the pressure. Ignis is simply outclassing him, extending it to 5-1. He's really shaking off that recent loss to Lancer. Mist is really riding a wave of confidence right now, especially with a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. So yeah, he's playing with a level of aggression that could easily dismantle this lead. If he continues this run, the momentum shift will be total. Unbelievable, he almost lets the round slip away, but just barely manages to scrape through with a sliver of health. A total shutdown here, as he quickly puts the brakes on any hopes for a comeback. A quick exchange that goes in Mist's favor, heading into the final round of the half. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, he's just putting on a show right now. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see on this map. Let's see if Mist can wake up. Ignis stays firmly in control at 9-4. He is leaning on a strong 2016 record today. Ignis is practically untouchable at 10-4. Pure confidence from the number 16 rated player. Mist is completely out of options here. He just needs one huge swing to stay in this. He's managing to shake off those two tough losses from earlier. That was lightning fast. Mist is really pushing the pace now to try and claw his way back. What a chaotic exchange. He barely survives that fight to put himself just a single round away from victory. Pure composure to close that out. He manages to secure this one, creating a small hurdle for the leader right at the finish line. And there it is. Ignis shuts the door with a perfect final shot to take the series. He completely owned the map today, showing exactly why he's always the one to beat in this rivalry. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Lancer and Mist facing off today in a very close matchup. Lancer has historically dominated this pairing with 765 wins. It's interesting to see Mist taking an early lead since their previous meeting didn't go their way. Now we see if that early momentum can actually shift the long-term trend. Mist is really putting the pressure on Lancer now. Coming off that recent victory on Blame Map. Lancer is quickly turning the tide here, erasing that early lead in no time. That is just purely effortless. He's totally in control of this server right now. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that firefight, extending his run to 4. He's currently playing like the favorite tonight. Mist answers back immediately, halting that momentum with a crisp headshot. Mist is really starting to seize the momentum here, quickly wiping Lancer off that ramp. Lancer claws back into the lead, edging ahead 5-4. He's certainly keeping his cool despite being the lower rated player today. Lancer is currently riding a high from his recent victories. I mean, it's a distinct contrast to his struggles earlier today, and now he's really starting to impose himself on the match. I wonder if Mist has an answer to this surge. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break, and honestly, it's a dead heat just as we expected. Lancer showed some great fire during that 1-4 round run, but Mist is staying right there with him. Let's see who blinks first. Mist edges ahead by a single round now. Lancer's higher win rate in their head-to-head matches isn't showing through here. Lancer manages to clear him right off the boxes to bring things back to a draw. It's a perfect toss-up between these two on the ladder. Unbelievable. He clings to a sliver of health to secure another round, barely surviving that clash on the ramp. Lancer has really found a way to scramble through those close calls. They're completely locked in at 8 apiece. Mist's better overall form this week is starting to surface. Lancer just can't find a way to stay alive on that ramp. Mist is making it look easy right now. Lancer forces another stalemate with a 9th round on board. Both of these guys are fighting for a spot in the top 15. Lancer takes a slim lead, moving ahead 10-9. The momentum is swinging, but we know Mist is usually the stronger player. Lancer secures another clean victory from the ramp to keep this roll going. The slight favorite is really starting to push the pace now. Lancer is just relentless now, pushing the score to 12-9 and moving within a single round of victory. Mist is refusing to go down quietly, securing a tough win to keep himself in this contest. Another fast snap from Mist, who's proving incredibly hard to put away right now. Absolute chaos there. He barely makes it out alive to force this match into overtime. He's definitely playing with confidence now. Unreal. He's just completely overwhelmed the opponent now, putting a firm grip on this map. It is a complete flip from how this a few minutes ago. Lancer claims this one from the ramp to keep things completely deadlocked. neither player is giving an inch in this marathon. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on now, moving just one step closer to finishing this a victory. Absolute madness. Lancer somehow survives that brawl to push his lead to 15-13. Lancer simply refuses to let this game slip away. Incredible. Lancer closes out the series and officially secures the victory. He just couldn't close the door in overtime, and those few health scrambles really paid off for the victory. What a fight. Welcome to the show, everyone. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Ignis has dominated this particular rivalry historically, winning nearly 60% of their encounters. It's surprising to see Lancer coming in as the higher ranked player despite that trend. We'll see if those ratings translate into a stronger series today. Lancer tried to use the ramp to get a better angle, but Ignis was just way too quick for him. Lancer is really struggling to close that 3-1 gap. A tough look for Lancer after that recent series of wins. Ignis is holding a slim lead at 3-2. Lancer has been on a real tear in his recent matches. Lancer looks really sharp right now, just completely taking over the pace of this match. Ignis secures that window peak to get back on top, really making this a back and forth fight. Lancer has clawed back to a dead heat at 4 apiece. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Lancer is really finding a way to control the pace, keeping his eyes glued to that window to pick off Ignis. He's already coming into this map on a heavy free game tear. Lancer holds the high ground on the ramp to secure his third straight point. The momentum reflects that strong showing on Italy P earlier. Ignis answers back right before the switch, keeping things close. A huge lift for him to stop that slide right now. We're all square at 6-6 and it's still a toss-up. Honestly, the high favor for Ignis is making sense since he's kept the pace with Lancer's hot start. Let's see who takes a lead after the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis is really putting on the pressure now, using that height on the ramp to take a crucial lead. Lancer usually finds a way to stay competitive against him. Ignis is showing some real consistency, having stayed a focal point of the competition with a 17th win in the last day. It's clear he shifted the energy entirely in his favor. The goal now is simply to keep this pace through the final stretch. Lancer has fought back to make it an 8-all deadlock. The ladder rankings are reflecting the current state of affairs. Lancer is just untouchable right now, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. It's been a rough hour for him after that previous loss on Italy P. Lancer simply doesn't miss a beat, cutting Ignis down off the ramp to extend his lead. Lancer holds his ground from the ramp to secure a 5th straight point. His recent run of form is playing a huge role here. Lancer is simply on another level, taking full control as he moves to within 1 round of victory. Unbelievable. Lancer shuts the door on this match with an absolute clinic to close it out. He really just shifted the whole narrative on this rivalry, proving those historic numbers don't matter when you're hitting shots like that. Welcome to the arena. We have Ignis and Mist facing off today in a battle to see who takes the win. Ignis has a huge lead in their head-to-head history, winning 65% of their past meetings. It's a dominant track record that usually puts Mist on the defensive. We have to see if that mental edge actually helps Ignis recover from this early stumble. Mist is really finding their rhythm, leading 2-1 now. He's certainly putting that higher ranking into perspective right now. Mist is putting some huge pressure on Ignis right now, just refusing to let him get any breathing room. Absolutely effortless. He's just in total control right now. He's simply not missing a shot right now, putting the pressure squarely on Ignis. He is just untouchable, picking up another clean round to push his lead to 6-1. He's making his case for the top 15 spot on the ladder. We'll be right back with more action here at the arena after a very quick break. And we are back in the action, with Mist holding a commanding 6-1 lead. Ignis manages to fight back, picking up a critical point in this set. A nice response from the favorite after that rough start. Unreal, Mist survives that absolute war of attrition by a hair. Pure Heart just barely holding on there. Mist has been putting up a very solid 19-17 record over the last day. It's starting to look like his current form is outweighing the historical advantage Ignis normally holds. At this point, he just needs a couple more rounds to seal the deal. Mist takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is a complete reversal of what we expected. Ignis has a massive 65% head-to-head win rate, but he looks completely lost right now. Time for Ignis to wake up. What a scramble. He barely manages to survive that chaotic exchange to get the point. The gap in their rankings is barely a factor with how this is playing out. Mist keeps the momentum, holding a strong 9-5 cushion. It's a tough spot for him after that quick, clean sweep on Blame Orange. Mist is staring down a massive double-digit lead. Mist is just an absolute wall right now, shutting everything down. Looking more like the higher-rated player of the two today. That was almost too easy. He's now just one step away from claiming the series. His confidence is simply peaking at the right time. Game over. He finishes it off with an incredibly sharp shot to close the series. A total statement win. Mist completely rewrote the history books today and just walked all over him. Welcome everyone, we've got Lancer and Mist facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top today. Lancer has definitely won the bulk of their all-time encounters. But Mist is coming off a very strong run in his last 10 matches. It'll be interesting to see if that current confidence outweighs the historical edge. Mist takes the lead, pushing Lancer into a corner. The numbers say these two are nearly identical on the ladder. Mist is really starting to seize the momentum here, quickly building a solid lead early on. He's definitely feeling the pressure from that last loss on Blame Red Line. Lancer needs a big play to tie things up 2-3. Both of these guys are fighting for that same spot in the top 15. Mist is running away with this, holding a 2-round lead. Lancer has a way of keeping things close when he's under pressure. A very tight battle between two of our top 15. Lancer fights back and now we're completely deadlocked. The gap between these two on the ladder is almost non-existent. Mist keeps a slim edge as we hit round 9. The underdog is really fighting back hard in this series. Lancer has a strong historical edge in their head-to-head record, and honestly it's a bit surprising that he's struggling to close things out right now. He's normally the one who dictates the pace in this rivalry, but Mist is clearly the one with the momentum today. Mist holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, we expected a total toss-up here, but he's the one playing better right now. He'll need to keep that energy up to hold the advantage. Time for the swap. Unbelievable. He scrapes through that firefight with just a tiny sliver of health left. His composure is on another level right now. What a brawl. Lancer barely walks away from that one to bring the score to 6-8. That really puts the pressure back on the current leader. Mist extends his grip to 9-6 with that clutch. He's showing some serious resolve after those earlier setbacks today. Lancer is showing real grit, digging deep to pull another one back. He's really fighting to reverse the roles from their previous clashes. What a fight! He refuses to back down, barely surviving that chaotic exchange to keep this rally alive. He's really starting to close the distance here. He's completely erased that deficit to bring things level. A clean sweep for the momentum shift. Absolutely breathtaking. He clutches it out with barely any health left to secure his 4th straight round. Lancer is just refusing to let the lead slip away. Lancer just can't be stopped. That's 5 in a row for him. The pre-match favorite is finally showing that expected quality. A total shutout in this round, and he now just needs one more to end it. Mist is completely reeling from that collapse. Absolute perfection from Lancer, capping off an incredible run to secure the victory. That turnaround was just staggering. Mist really had things under control, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that flood. Welcome to Berserk League. Ignis and Lancer are facing off on orange, and our favorite Ignis looks to secure a strong win. Ignis has a clear historical advantage with a 59% head-to-head win rate over Lancer. It's interesting to see that lead translate into an early advantage here, given how well Lancer has been playing in his last few games. We'll see if he can shake off that first round. He's just too fast right now, extending that lead to 3-0. Lancer has been on fire with that 5-game streak lately. Lancer finally answers back, showing some real grit to get on the board. It's a bit of a shock for the favorite to be pushed this hard. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, clutching out a win with almost nothing left in the tank. He's certainly making up for that tough 5-13 loss he missed earlier. Lancer is refusing to go away, shutting that down with an effortless strike. Lancer is fighting a tough uphill battle here. He's putting on a clinic right now, closing in on that lead. The momentum is shifting fast in this series. Lancer is coming in with an impressive 60% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's really interesting to see that high level of confidence meet the current scoreline. He's definitely looking to prove that his recent hot streak is more reliable than the history books. Lancer just completely takes over, bringing us back to a dead even score. This is getting incredibly tense for the supposed favorite. Ignis, Agnik, Lignik. Lancer has really been rolling through his recent series. We're sitting at 6-6 headed into the break. Ignis hasn't been able to run away with this like we expected. Lancer is showing plenty of fight, so keep an eye on those head-to-head patterns as they switch sides. A complete reset from here. A careful dance that ended perfectly for the challenger, extending his lead to 7-6. The underdog has completely shifted the energy since the half. The resilience is paying off for Lancer, who now holds a 2-round advantage. That was another lightning fast trade. He's just completely in control now, securing another effortless round to extend the streak. He's absolutely crushing this side of the map, extending his run to 4 straight. The pressure is mounting for the higher ranked side of this matchup. Absolute chaos there. He barely manages to survive that scramble, clawing back a vital round. Lancer stays strong, shutting this one down with an entirely clean sequence. A complete flip from what the rankings suggested before the start. Ignis is starting to tighten his grip on the finish line, keeping Lancer from closing this out. A perfectly timed burst brings the score to 9-11, and the momentum is starting to swing. He's simply refusing to buckle, taking another round to keep this comeback rolling. The gap between these two has completely vanished. What a display of poise from Lancer. He's just 1 round away from the finish line. What a play. He just completely shut that down to keep the dream alive. Sharp response right when he needed it most. What a finish. He closes out the series with total precision to secure the win. He just keeps finding a way to get the better of him. That's another massive win for the momentum shift. What a fight. Welcome to the dunes. Ignis and Mist are ready to face off to see who comes out on top. Ignis holds a commanding lead in their long-term head-to-head history. Well, it's quite a contrast to the current scoreline and that blowout loss he suffered against Mist just a few matches ago. He really needs to stabilize this start. The momentum shift is total as the third straight round goes to Mist. A perfectly timed reaction from Ignis to break that run and secure a quick victory. The pre-match favorite is finally showing some signs of life. He's refusing to fall behind, taking this one completely unscathed to keep the pressure on. Mist is simply cruising with a 2-round cushion. Coming off a tough few days with 3 losses in a row, Mist currently holds a solid 60% win rate over his last 10 matches. I mean, it's a drastic shift from the struggle Ignis is dealing with right now. We're seeing 2 completely different trajectories this evening. That was an absolute slugfest, and he barely walked away from the wreckage. The gap in the rank is playing a role here. Goodness, both of them were shredded in that exchange, but he just barely clung on. Coming off a rocky few matches lately for him. Unreal. He barely holds on with a sliver of health to keep the comeback alive. The odds were always in his favor, and he's finally proving it. Mist still looks untouchable with a commanding 7-4 lead. It's tough to shake those ghosts from the previous meeting today. We head into the break with Mist leading 8-4. I mean, we expected the favorite to take control, but Mist is making a huge statement here. He's really playing the role of the aggressor tonight. Time to see if the momentum holds. Mist is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. A rough day for the favorite so far, sitting at 14-22 overall. Mist is just dominating, stretching the gap to 10-4. Everything is going south for him today. What a fight. He manages to outlast his opponent in a chaotic exchange to secure this point. He's fighting hard to overcome that earlier blowout. Ignis claws back, but Mist still holds a 10-6 advantage. He's totally on fire right now, keeping the momentum swinging in his direction. The number 20 seed is finally finding his footing. He's simply not stopping, securing another victory to keep this massive run going. A clean sweep of 4 straight for the comeback king. Mist puts on a fast show here, taking the point with 0 damage taken. A quick reset for him to halt that push. Ignis secures another point, showing real grit in this attempt to close the distance. What a reflex. He takes a lightning fast win to put himself on the verge of victory. He refuses to let the door close, delivering a huge pushback to force another round. What a finish! He closes it out in a blink to secure the match. Ignis really threw everything he had at that final push, but it just wasn't enough to stop the momentum. He'll be gutted. What a match. Welcome to Berserk League. We have Lancer and Mist facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Lancer leads their head-to-head matchup with a 53% win rate over a huge sample size. But he's coming into this after an incredibly strong stretch of 6 wins in a row. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that level of precision today. Absolutely effortless. He's just not letting Lancer breathe out there. He's showing some grit here, ending that exchange instantly to get back in the game. It's good to see the favorite finally answer back. Mist is just dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. Just a few spots apart on the ladder, but the gap feels wider now. Mist is putting on a clinic, cruising at 5-1. He's looking much more comfortable than in that last Mappas encounter. A brutal exchange of fire, and the momentum stays firmly with the leader. That high level of consistency is starting to look scary. He's just not letting up, securing another victory to push the lead to 7. A complete 180 from their encounter on Mappas earlier. Lancer recovers quickly from the initial hit to secure the kill. He's clearly trying to reclaim that historical edge. Lancer has maintained a steady 21-15 record over the last day. It's clear he's normally the one who controls the pace, but he's just completely blanked in this particular server. I wonder if the frustration of this scoreline is starting to get to him. Mist takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. Well, Lancer was expected to have the edge here, but he's just been outclassed for the first 12 rounds. He'll need a huge adjustment to claw back from this deficit. Time to see a comeback. Mist is practically untouchable at 10-3 right now. They're practically deadlocked in the rankings, but he's the one in control. Lancer just doesn't have an answer for him right now. He's essentially playing a perfect game. He's really making the most of his 20 wins today. He survives that heavy exchange to move within a single round of victory. He's completely dismantled the pre-match expectations today. Lancer just secured a clean pick from the Vine to postpone the end of the map. Lancer just needs a little spark to keep this alive. He's refusing to go down without a fight, putting up another strong defense. The momentum has completely shifted in this final stretch. Lancer outduels him in a tight firefight to keep this fight alive. Total chaos in the server right now. Lancer is finally starting to push back. And there it is. Mist closes the door and claims a huge victory. He really played the map perfectly, making a huge statement regardless of that historical disadvantage. Welcome everyone, we've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on red line, with the favorite looking to bounce back today. Ignis holds a strong historic lead, winning about 58% of their head-to-head encounters. Lancer has definitely had the better run of form lately, so he'll be looking to prove that the tide has turned today. Total control here, and he makes it a 3-round sweep. Lancer really needs to shake off that loss to Mist. A very efficient sequence that shows he's not going down without a fight. The underdog is starting to plant his feet. Both players traded heavy damage in that exchange, but Lancer claws another one back. The momentum is shifting quickly for the underdog. Ignis secures a firm lead with a 4-2 advantage. He manages to shut him down from the ramp, refusing to let that lead grow. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite here. Lancer has been far more consistent today, putting up a strong 2016 record in the last 24 hours. Well, that contrast is interesting because Ignis is currently struggling through a deep slump. We have to see if he can actually stabilize this series. Lancer just refuses to fold, leveling the series at 5-all with a perfect shot. He is playing the role of spoiler to perfection right now. Ignis finally breaks that deadlock to move ahead 6-5. The rank 13 player has a few more rounds to find an answer. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, the favorite is keeping pace, but Lancer is refusing to back down. He's showing a lot of grit for an underdog in this spot. New side, brand new start. Lancer completely shuts him down here, showing some impressive mental strength to keep this momentum rolling. This is exactly why the market put him as the underdog today. He's just untouchable right now, putting together a very strong rally to reclaim a 2-round lead. Another clean shot as he clears the ramp to extend this run. A complete reversal from how things started earlier. He is absolutely peaking right now, extending his run to 4 straight. Lancer is making it look effortless despite the rank gap. Ignis finally interrupts the slide, securing a much needed round. He wins a gritty exchange, putting the pressure back on his opponent. He's really taking control of the pace in this half. Shuts down the rally from the ramp and now finds himself just 1 round away from victory. Lancer is proving far more dangerous than the pre-match prediction suggested. That was a lightning fast reaction to keep the dream alive. A clean victory that keeps the pressure high for the final stretch. He keeps the fight alive with another sharp response, though Lancer is still just 1 step from victory. The high seed experience is starting to show in these clutch moments. Lancer closes it out with a perfect sequence to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered most. Lancer's just completely dominant right now and he's clearly shaking off any doubt after that early struggle. Welcome everyone. We've got Ignis and Mist facing off on Mappas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Ignis actually leads their head-to-head history 462 to 250, but he's currently in a tough slump and has lost 5 in a row. It'll be interesting to see if the all-time dominance can override the current form. Mist is really starting to pull away here. His higher map win rate is starting to show. Mist is looking very comfortable early on, quickly reclaiming the lead after that brief stumble. Mist is holding a slim lead as we enter round 5. His experience in these types of matchups is starting to pay dividends. Mist secures a 2-round cushion heading into the 6th. He's certainly playing like the higher-seeded player today. It's becoming a real toss-up now with the two of them trading rounds back and forth. A nice response for the underdog to stay in the mix. Ignis has a shaky 13-23 record over the last day. He's really struggling to find any consistency in his recent series. He needs to turn things around fast, or he'll be staring at another disappointing result. Complete shutdown there, as he continues to roll over the opposition. Ignis steps up with a clean shot to keep things interesting before the players trade sides. A clutch response to put some pressure on the favorite. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a total reversal of the expected narrative here. Ignis is really struggling to hold his ground while the underdog looks completely confident. Time to see who blinks first. What a fight. He almost went down, but manages to edge out the victory in a complete slugfest. That's the second time today he's outplayed his opponent. Mist just extends that gap to 9-5. This look familiar, the results similar to their last meeting today. He's just too fast right now, picking up another one to put a firm grip on this game. Another flawless exchange, and that puts him just 2 rounds away from victory. The higher rated player is simply in total control. He's just unstoppable right now, taking the lead to 12. The pressure is really mounting for the pre-match favorite. And he shuts it down right there to close out the series. He's just completely rewritten the history books with that one, leaving his opponent searching for some answers. Welcome everyone, Lancer and Mist are stepping onto fast aim for this matchup, with the favorite looking to secure a win. Both of them fought for the ramp, but Mist was just a split second quicker on the draw. He's clearly feeling confident after that previous victory over Lancer. Lancer holds the upper hand, historically winning over 50% of their 1000+ meetings. He is clearly looking to get back to that dominant trend today after dropping their last encounter. I wonder if he can actually shut down Mist's momentum now. Lancer just completely shuts him down on that ramp, taking control with a 3-round surge. Expected to see the favorite start out strong here. Mist puts a stop to that run, picking him off the window. The two of them are practically neck and neck on the ladder. Mist is just not letting him breathe right now, catching another quick one from the ramp. Lancer manages to hold his own, winning that quick duel, with both of them fighting for the ramp. Mist is really putting on the pressure now, reacting quickly to catch Lancer right on that ramp. It's a tight battle between two of the top 15 players here. What a scramble! Mist claws through a brutal trade to drop him off the ramp, surviving by a mere thread. Absolute ice in his veins to close that one out. He is simply too fast right now, cruising to a 3rd consecutive victory. This mirrors that decisive result from their last head-to-head. Absolutely untouchable right now, taking the 4th straight with a perfectly clean finish. We've got a 7-5 lead for Mist going into the break. Well, he's definitely making the most of his higher map win rate here. Lancer is still very much in this, but he'll need a strong start on the other side to close the gap. Time to reset and refocus. Mist is really making things difficult for Lancer, quickly taking control of that ramp again. He's definitely keeping up a high standard throughout his matches today. Lancer shows some grit here, picking him off the ramp to chip away at that lead. He needs this energy to fully flip the script. Mist just looked completely out of reach, holding his ground from the ramp to keep his lead. Lancer has managed a decent 21-15 record over the last 24 hours. But it's not translating to the scoreboard in this particular set. He's really fighting an uphill battle now. Another fierce exchange on the ramp, but he comes out on top to extend his lead. He's played brilliantly throughout his matches today. That was another effortless burst to bring him to the edge of victory. It's a tough spot for the supposed favorites to be in. What a finish. Mist closes out the series with absolute precision to seal the victory. Lancer really struggled to find any answers today, and that early momentum shift just completely buried him. Welcome to the stream. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on orange to see who takes the win today. What a scramble. Both players were shredded, but Ignis manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Ignis holds a commanding lead in their overall head-to-head record, winning nearly 60% of their career meetings. But Lancer actually won their most recent match against each other. Now we have to see if Lancer can find some answers to a very hot start from his opponent. The momentum is purely one-sided as he effortlessly secures a 4th straight win. Lancer manages to put a stop to the run with a quick double tap. The higher rated player is finally starting to wake up. Ignis is just dominating, holding a huge 5-1 lead. What a scrap! Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to barely edge out the win. That was a tight exchange, but he comes out on top to claim another round. He is completely flipping the script on those recent losses. Unbelievable! He clings to life with a handful of health to secure another victory. The higher seed is really putting on a clinic here. He's simply unstoppable right now, walking away from another flawless exchange. Lancer had the momentum heading into this from their last duel. What a fight! Both players traded heavy damage, but he barely managed to outlast him before the mid-game break. Ignis holds a 10-2 lead going into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from him. He looked far too strong during that 6-round run to let Lancer stay in this. Lancer needs to find some focus. Lancer has been a better player in his recent games, but he just cannot find a way to slow this guy down. He's definitely shaking off those early losses from today. Lancer is making it a bit more interesting, but he's still got a mountain to climb from here. A total shutdown of the round, and now he's just one step from victory. He's fully asserting himself as the favorite today. And that's it. A perfect final exchange seals the deal for Ignis. He absolutely dismantled that confidence, looking like a completely different player than we've seen in his recent sets. Welcome to the league. We have Ignis and Mist facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking to secure a win. Ignis holds a huge lead in the head-to-head history. It's just that those numbers are from a much larger sample size than today's form. With Mist coming off a victory against him earlier, the momentum has shifted significantly in this series. Another rapid exchange, and he simply comes out on top, keeping the streak alive. We're going to take a quick timeout, but stay tuned for more action on Italy. And we are back in action on Italy with Mist holding a commanding 3-0 lead. Total shutout. He's simply outclassing everyone in these opening exchanges. Looking like the underdogs are having a great day today. We'll be right back with more action between Ignis and Mist after this very brief pause. Finally gets his first point on the board to stop the onslaught. A needed response from the higher seeded player here. Mist is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-1. He seems to have his number today. Mist has been playing incredibly well today, boasting a 21-15 record over the last 24 hours, and honestly, that confidence is translating into a massive lead here. He's effectively erased the historical advantage that usually favors Ignis in these clashes. Mist is just cruising now with a huge 7-2 lead. The ladder gap is becoming evident here. Both of them are playing at an incredible pace right now. The exchanges are just lightning fast. Mist is putting on a clinic now, leading 8-3. The momentum from that previous 13-5 match is still very visible. What a scrap. Ignis barely scrapes through that exchange to keep things interesting. Hard to believe he's currently the one trailing in this series. We head into the break with Mist leading 8-5, and honestly it's a bit shocking to see the favorite struggling this much. He really needs to tighten up if he wants to avoid a total upset here. Time to see if the trend holds. A hard-fought exchange that goes his way, showing a lot of grit to narrow the gap. The veteran is starting to claw his way back into this one. He takes a few hits first, but powers through the trade to keep this rally going. He's completely flipped the script on this series. Mist still holds a slim 2-point cushion at 9-7. The gap in their rankings is really showing in this closeout phase. Mist holds a 3-point edge as we hit round 16. That victory earlier today is clearly still weighing on him. He's just not letting up, putting on a complete show of strength to keep this surge alive. Still fighting for a spot in the winner's circle today. That was a brutal trade, but he survives with his health, barely holding on to keep the pressure mounting. Mist is really standing his ground, refusing to let the series slip away, just as things were getting interesting. And that's another one for Mist, leaving him just a single round shy of victory. His confidence is completely off the charts today. An incredibly crisp shot to keep the pressure on and prolong this fight. He can't let this chance slip away now. Unreal. He barely survives that meat grinder of a duel to keep his hopes alive. Absolutely flawless execution on the final shot. Mist closes it out to secure the victory. What a finish. Mist closes the door and secures the series victory. Ignis really fought his way back, but he just couldn't close that final gap. He's had a rough run in the rankings today. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Dunes. Lancer takes on Mist in today's duel, and we're looking forward to a great match. Lancer actually holds a 53% advantage in their lifetime head-to-head meetings, although that history is feeling distant right now. He's coming off a rough stretch and seems to be struggling to get an answer for Mist's current pace. It will be interesting to see if he can close that gap today. Mist is simply too fast right now, taking total control of this opening set. The momentum shift mirrors their last encounter on fast aim. A huge response from Lancer, digging deep to snap that losing streak. A strong start to the day for Mist, but the favorite is waking up. Mist is just dominating, leading the way 4-1. He's been in spectacular form throughout his entire day. What a scramble, Lancer! Barely survives that trade, scraping by with a handful of health to chip away at the deficit. That close call really helps a lot. Lancer has been a bit inconsistent recently, playing with a 20-15 record over the last day. It's clear he's struggling to find that same stability today while Mist is completely in control. Lancer needs a major shift in energy to turn this around. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that tough loss to Ignis earlier today. Speed of these rounds is incredible. Mist is reacting almost instantly to everything Lancer tries. Mist is simply unstoppable right now, extending his lead to 8. The lower ranked man has completely vanished from this map. Mist goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Honestly, this has completely gone against the pre-match lean. Lancer is just not reacting in time, and Mist is capitalizing on every single opening. Time for a fresh start. Mist is nearly home with a commanding 10-3 lead. He's really putting his recent form on full display here. Unreal, Lancer manages to claw out a victory in an absolute slugfest, surviving by a mere sliver of health. That was an absolute nail-biter of a fight. Lancer is just fighting an uphill battle here, and Mist is putting on a clinic with his speed. The higher rated man is putting his skill on full display. Lancer is really fighting to stay in these trading rounds and refusing to let it slide. Lancer is starting to put some serious pressure on Mist here, refusing to let the match slip away. He's completely flipped the script, picking up a 3rd straight round to keep the comeback alive. Lancer is on fire, keeping this charge going with another rapid victory. Huge reset by Mist, shutting down that comeback attempt and putting himself 1 round away from victory. A gritty fight there, but the underdog manages to snag another one to stay alive. What a hard-stopping sequence. Lancer clutches it out for another win, barely surviving the chaos. He's showing some real nerves of steel in these close fights. Absolutely effortless. Mist shuts the door on this match with a perfect finishing blow. Lancer really poured everything into that second half, but he just couldn't close the gap. He's got to be gutted after that. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off on Mappas in a high-stakes battle for the win. What a scramble. Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange to take the opening lead. Ignis is usually the favorite when these two meet. Ignis really holds a significant historical edge with a 58% win rate in their head-to-head matches. You can tell that confidence is playing a role here as we see a repeat of their previous encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can push back against that trend. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece, totally wide open. The higher ranked man is really fighting to find his footing. Goodness, they absolutely tore into each other there, and Lancer just barely comes out on top. He's certainly playing the role of the underdog today. Lancer's now cruising with a commanding 4-2 lead. That's a serious turnaround after the blowout defeat in their last outing. Ignis finally answers back, narrowing the gap to 3-4. Lancer has been on a rough run of form lately. The tide is shifting quickly now, with Ignis completely taking control of the tempo. Despite his rank advantage, Lancer looks completely rattled right now. Unbelievable. That was a total slugfest, and Lancer just barely walks away from the chaos. He's really hanging on by a thread with these low health wins. Lancer has been having a tough day, overall holding a 2015 record in his last few matches. But he's looking remarkably sharp against his opponent today. I wonder if the momentum is finally shifting in his favor. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. I mean, this is pretty much what we anticipated. Ignis had the high expectations coming in, and he's doing just enough to keep this one neck and neck. Let's see who takes the lead now. Lancer puts a thin lead back in his pocket. He's really fighting back after that blowout loss in their other set today. What a fight. Lancer survives a brutal shootout to secure his second straight round. Lancer is really capitalizing on those slivers of health. Ignis is trailing by just 1 now. Lancer is certainly fighting an uphill battle tonight. Absolute mayhem. Both players were nearly empty, but he manages to survive this chaotic brawl. He's simply refusing to let the momentum slide back. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. His current form has definitely improved compared to that last match. He keeps the momentum strong, raining down fire from the ramp to secure another victory. Everything seems to be going his way right now. A swift response from Ignis to keep the game moving. It's a tough spot for someone who has struggled so much lately. Another clean frame for Ignis, showing a lot of grit to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is really starting to mount for the front runner. Absolute precision. Ignis continues this charge, shutting down the competition in a blink. Heart-stopping finale. He barely hangs on with a tiny sliver of health to tie this game up. Pure chaos, he's just refusing to go down. What a fight! He survives a desperate exchange to move within 1 round of victory. Lancer shuts him down on the ramp to force a tie. Lancer's raw skill is showing despite that brutal loss earlier. Totally one-sided exchange here, and Ignis finally manages to regain a narrow lead. Cleanest frame we've seen from him all match. It is simply a toss-up at this point. Neither player can pull away for more than a single round. Lancer is showing some serious grit coming off a tough few games. What a turnaround. Ignis keeps his head in the game to snatch the lead in this overtime thriller. Lancer looks completely drained after that sequence. We are seeing a complete stalemate here, with neither man able to put a knockout blow on the other. Lancer is really proving that the ladder rankings aren't everything today. Absolutely effortless. Ignis just shuts the door on the round to put himself one step away from victory. Lancer responds with a flawless kill to put the pressure back on. Complete deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Ignis claims the lead, leaving Lancer trailing by 1. He is certainly proving why the ladder ranked him higher. Ignis extends the cushion to 18-15. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer to this surge. Lancer narrows it down to 16-18 after that push. Lancer just needed a solid frame to break that rhythm. Lancer is really digging in with his... Lancer clings to life, trailing Ignis 18-17. Just a single frame now separates these two. We're back to a dead heat at 18-all. The pressure is simply immense for both these players right now. Lancer is truly on a tear right. Ignis edges ahead, taking a narrow 19-18 lead. A nail-biter, Lancer forces an unbelievable 19-19 deadlock. Lancer strikes first in this tiebreaker, leading 20-19. Lancer is just refusing to let his grip slip. Lancer is truly finding his second wind in this overtime stretch. Lancer secures a tight 2-point cushion at 21-19. Man, he's just completely locked in right now. Total dominance in this stretch by the trailing man. Lancer pulls further ahead with a 22-19 commanding lead. He really dug deep in that final stretch to close the door. It's a massive result for him given the history between these two. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Ignis and Mist are stepping onto red line to see who can climb to 13 rounds first. Absolute chaos there. Mist barely escapes with his life after picking him off the ramp. Ignis shuts things down from the ramp to keep things dead even. He's trying to capitalize on that massive historical lead. Ignis has won roughly 65% of their career encounters, but he's certainly not feeling that confidence today. Mist has clearly turned the tide in their most recent head-to-heads, and it's starting to show in this early lead. Unreal, he barely walks away from that fight, somehow clipping Mist right off the ramp. He's really trying to shake off those recent losses to Mist. Mist is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. Mist is riding some serious waves, putting up 22 wins today. Ignis claws back, narrowing the gap to 4-3. He's definitely fighting a steep uphill battle given his current form. Mist is just too fast for him right now, simply outclassing Ignis from that ramp position. It is a familiar story lately, similar to their last bout on Italy. Ignis is keeping the pressure high, quickly denying Mist's attempt to hold that ramp position. It's tough for him to get momentum after those recent losses. We are all square now, a dead hit at 5 apiece. It's been a difficult morning for him coming off that 10-24 mark. What a fight! Ignis survives by a threat to secure his 3rd straight win. The momentum is shifting away from the higher-rated player here. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Right, everything is going according to plan so far. He used that 4-round run to put himself in a comfortable spot for the second half. Time to switch it up. Mist strikes back, leaving Ignis holding a thin lead. That confidence seems to be shifting toward the 13th ranked player. Ignis just takes total control of that ramp to extend his lead. It's a complete contrast to the dominance Mist showed in their previous encounter. What a fight! Mist barely claws out of that ramp duel with a sliver of health. He's really capitalizing on the hot streak he's maintained over his last 10. What a nail-biter. He manages to scrape through that fight with practically nothing left in the tank. A huge test for him right now, given the current ladder gap. Ignis is really starting to push the pace here, securing that ramp spot once again to extend his command of the match. A total shutdown as he completely wipes the floor with his opponent. Another fast reaction for Mist, keeping his composure as he narrows this gap. What a surge. He's now won 3 straight to bring this series back to a dead even split. What an incredible survival. Ignis somehow digs himself out of that hole to take control on the ramp. Fierce exchange of fire, but he manages to outlast his opponent to put himself 1 round away from victory. Gritty exchange, but Mist refuses to fold and manages to bring this closer. Absolutely unbelievable. He forces the tie, and we are heading straight into overtime. Absolute nail-biter given how tightly these two have played tonight. He just barely outlasted him in a brutal slugfest to take the lead. An incredibly tight exchange and barely any health left. Incredible grit for Mist, surviving a total war to bring this series back to a deadlock. Total chaos in this series, neither can pull away. Absolute precision there. A completely untouched finish to seize the advantage. Mist keeps this momentum rolling and puts himself just one step away from victory. Pure dominance coming from that box position. Lightning fast reflex play from Ignis to keep the dream alive. That was a blistering quick reaction to shut things down. He closes it out. What a resilient effort to secure the victory. He's just completely flipped the script on this rivalry, proving he can outlast the veteran even in the deepest waters. He really had to bleed for this one. What a match! Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Lancer taking on Mist in a great matchup today. Lancer historically leads this head-to-head 767-674, but that long-term edge hasn't translated into recent success. Mist has actually taken the last 3 meetings between these two. It will be interesting to see if that trend continues today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, making it a 3-0 start. He's riding a serious wave of confidence right now. Finally an answer from Lancer, securing a swift win to get back into the game. He's proving why he walked into this as the favorite. Mist is just relentlessly crushing this 4-1 lead. Mist is clearly feeling the momentum after a strong run of form lately. Lancer is showing some real grit here, digging in to close the gap. A glimpse of the dominance we expected from the favorite. Another effortless exchange, and he's now just 1 round behind in this set. Lancer has the confidence of a top 10 player in this spot. Absolutely stunning. He's completely erased that deficit and brings us back to an even split. The comeback is complete. He now holds the lead after a flawlessly executed streak. He is playing like a man possessed right now. Lancer is simply on fire, putting up a 5th straight win to push the lead to 6-4. Mist answers back quickly to keep this tight before the break. A battle between 2 players sitting right next to each other on the ladder. We're locked in at 6-6 as we head into the break. Well, this is exactly what we expected from 2 players so close in the rankings. Both have traded heavy momentum swings to leave us with a total toss-up. Let's see who blinks first. He's firmly in control of the series, taking another round without breaking a sweat. He's really stepping up his game after a tough match against Jolt. What a scramble. Mist claws his way back to a deadlock, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Absolute nails on the edge of his seat with that finish. That was a total shutout. He's staying sharp as he moves closer to a double-digit lead. T tied up at 8 apiece. This is a deadlock. He's showing why he currently sits 1 spot higher on the ladder. Missed. Just reclaimed the lead, putting him up 9-8. He's really putting together a dominant stretch over the last few matches. Unbelievable. He clings to life with a sliver of health to secure another straight round. He's simply not letting up, securing another quick round to push the lead to 11-8. Lancer keeps his composure, shutting down that run and keeping the pressure on. He needs to find another gear if he wants to pull this off. Absolute chaos in that trade, but Mist survives the brawl with practically nothing left. He's walking a tightrope with those health totals. Game over. Mist closes it out with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He really survived a few scares out there today. Lancer fought his way back in but couldn't close it. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the orange map. Let's see if the favorite Ignis can bounce back against Lancer today. Ignis holds a significant head-to-head advantage with 897 total wins over Lancer. But that's not the whole story, since Lancer was the one who took their most recent duel. I wonder if the pressure is starting to build on the favorite? Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The higher rating on the ladder is really starting to show. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, quickly evening the score with 2 fast wins in a row. Ignis holds onto a slim 1-point lead for now. He's fighting through a rough patch after those losses to Mist. What a nail beater. He barely edges it out in a chaotic exchange to take a 4-2 lead. That is completely crushing. He's just completely taken over this series. The rating gap usually suggests Lancer should be tougher to crack. He's simply too fast right now, extending the lead to a commanding 6-2. He survives a greedy trade and refuses to let up. Now 5 straight. Lancer is really feeling the heat after his mixed results today. He is simply unstoppable right now, securing another victory in a tense exchange. He's showing quite a contrast to those recent struggles on Maple AP. He's just carving through the opposition, bringing a huge momentum shift into the break. Ignis heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. The favorite is playing exactly how we wanted him to. That 7-round streak really broke the momentum for Lancer early on. Let's see if Lancer finds his rhythm. Ignis is currently on a rough run with a 10-25 record over the last day. It's clear those earlier losses are starting to weigh on him now. Lancer is certainly starting to carve out a path back into this game. Lancer had a brief spark, but Ignis is quickly shutting the door on any potential comeback. Despite the high seed, Lancer usually manages to stay competitive. Lancer is hanging in there, but he's still got a mountain to climb to get this series back on level ground. A respectable showing for the guy sitting currently at 15. He's on the verge of victory, putting himself in a position to wrap this up right now. Game over. He shuts everything down with a perfect finish to seal the deal. He's completely turned things around and just walked all over the higher rated player today. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Ignis and Mist facing off right now on Fast Aim. Ignis holds a huge advantage in their lifetime head-to-head history. But those older stats are outclassed by Mist's current form. Mist has won 8 of his last 10 rounds, so he's clearly the one playing with confidence right now. Mist is making a statement early, simply outspeeding Ignis, even when he's holding that ramp. Absolutely ruthless. He's just completely shut down any attempt at a comeback here. Finally, a response from Ignis, who just walked away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. He is refusing to go away, picking up another point to keep this contest tight. The favorite is starting to reclaim his side of the map. A perfect flank from the ramp brings the series level at 3 apiece. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. Mist quickly shuts him down from the ramp, reclaiming a slim lead. A big result for the number 12 ranked player today. Ignis is struggling to find his footing today, managing just an 11-25 record over the last day. That's a tough slump to fight against when he's facing someone as focused as Mist right now. It'll be a climb if he can't find a way to break this trend. He completely blindsides Mist on the ramp to bring this series back to a dead heat. Pure chaos as we head into the final stretch of this half. Mist edges ahead, holding a narrow 6-5 lead. He's showing why he's sitting comfortably in the upper half of the ladder. We are sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from this matchup. Both players are trading blows, and neither one is letting the other pull away from the pack. Fresh start for both. He's showing some real grit now, taking the lead for the first time today. It's a huge psychological boost for the higher seed. Ignis fires back to tie this up at 7. A brutal look back at that red line series they just finished. Another efficient kill as Ignis maintains his pressure and keeps this rally going. He's definitely looking like the more stable pick in this pairing. He just picks him right off the ramp, continuing this impressive charge. The slight favorite is finally starting to seize control. He's just totally outclassing his opponent right now, barely taking any damage to secure another point. Another quick win from the ramp, keeping the pressure on as he cruises to an 11-7 lead. What a turnaround. He's now sitting on the verge of a victory after that blistering run. Mist catches him off the ramp, putting a sudden stop to that momentum. He's fighting an uphill battle now against the better seeded player. Another fast reaction from the ramp as he shuts down the opposition's momentum. The pressure is mounting as the gap narrows again. Unreal. After a chaotic slugfest, he barely hangs on with 11 health to secure the map victory. He really put his back against the wall there, but the experience paid off in the end. Hard fought win. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a great matchup between Lancer and Mist. Let's see who takes this win. Lancer has clearly owned the historical head-to-head, leading their lifetime rivalry with 767 wins. That's a strong foundation, but we know Mist has the momentum after winning their very last encounter. This one should be a toss-up. Unbelievable, Mist barely claws out a victory there, surviving on a sliver of health. A complete shutdown of the opposition, extending that streak to 3. He's just too fast right now, continuing the surge with an effortless win. Absolute control from the top seed, who now holds a commanding 5-game lead. Lancer manages to get a round back, halting the momentum. He's really looking to shake off those recent losses. He's showing real grit here, putting together another strong round to close the gap. The favorite is finally starting to put up a fight. Mist has looked incredibly sharp with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. I mean, he's really carrying that confidence into today's game. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that streak before he falls too far behind. Mist keeps a healthy lead at 7-4. The 12th ranked player is showing a lot of composure here. Mist takes a narrow 7-5 lead. You know, this is playing out exactly as we thought it would, with both players fighting for every single point. Lancer just needs to stay steady to keep this series close. Time to see if Lancer awakens. Tight exchange, but he manages to come out on top and keep the pressure mounting. That was incredibly fast. Lancer is starting to look much more dangerous in these exchanges. What a turnaround. He's completely wiped out that deficit to bring us level at 7 apiece. He's completely flipped the script, taking the lead for the first time in this match. The slight edge he had going into this is really showing now. Mist answers back immediately, bringing the series right back to a deadlock. Goodness, that was a total firefight. He clings on with a tiny fraction of health to retake the lead. Pure chaos in that exchange. Simply untouchable. in that exchange, and he continues to claw his way back into this series. Absolute carnage. He barely survives that slog to keep the gap small. He's certainly proving he can trade blows with the top 15. A lightning fast response as Lancer picks up another, extending his lead to... We've got ourselves a real nail beater. Neither of these two is giving an inch today. Lancer is simply refusing to go down, stepping right onto the edge of victory. What a result! Lancer secures the final kill with total precision to complete this incredible comeback. That was just a clash of titans on the dunes. Mist really put him on the ropes early, but he stayed cool to close it out. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Ignis taking on Lancer today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Emotion Low Ignis really owns the history here with a 58% win rate in their head-to-head matches. You can tell that familiarity creates a psychological edge. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can shake that off today, Emotion Low. Lancer is really finding their rhythm, leading 2-1. Lancer looks much more confident after that tough loss on Blame Orange. That was an absolute blink and you missed it kind of round, putting the series right back at a deadlock. Ignis claws back the advantage, edging ahead 3-2 now. Tough spot to be in for Lancer, considering he's higher rated on the ladder. We're completely tied up at 3 apiece now. The higher seed is finally starting to put on the pressure. A really quick exchange there. Ignis is starting to stack up these narrow leads. Ignis is really moving into the driver's seat here, cleaning up those fights with total efficiency. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another victory to keep the streak alive. That's a rough turn of events for the higher rated player. Unreal. He barely scraped through that exchange with a sliver of health, but his run continues. Lancer secures a neat victory here, keeping the gap at 3 as we head toward the break. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Everything is going exactly as the odds makers predicted. He took full control with a 4-round streak to build this cushion. Lancer needs a strong start here. Ignis has really struggled in his other matches lately, going 11-25 over the last day. Yet he's completely flipped the script when facing this specific opponent. He's playing with a level of confidence we haven't seen from him yet today. Ignis is just running away with this, leading 10-5. Lancer usually manages things better as the higher rated of the two. Lancer is finally putting up a fight, refusing to let this game slip away easily. Lancer's slightly higher placement in the rankings should be starting to show. Ignis is still in charge with a 10-7 lead. He's certainly making the most of a positive 20 win day so far. What a chaotic fight! Both players were nearly out of health, but Ignis just barely walked away from that disaster. He's putting the pressure back on, moving just one more victory away from the finish line. A sharp response from Lancer, who just completely shut that exchange down. Strong response from the challenger, keeping the dream alive for now. This is where that higher rank usually makes a difference. What a way to seal it. Ignis closes this out with a perfect shot to secure the match. Emotion high, just another chapter in the book for that rivalry. He really knows how to get inside Lancer's head to the emotion high. Welcome everyone. We have Ignis and Mist facing off today in the arena for a great rifle duel. Emotion mid, Ignis has a massive advantage in the head-to-head, winning 65% of their total encounters. It's a tough spot for Mist to be in because he's fighting against a player who knows exactly how to beat him. We'll see if that historical weight is enough to turn things around. Emotion mid. Mist is really finding his rhythm with the 2-1 lead. Emotion mid, the tide has completely shifted. Mist started strong, but Ignis has totally flipped the script in these last 2 rounds. Emotion mid, absolute precision there. He's just outclassing everything right now with a 3-round heater. He's simply untouchable right now, extending the streak to 4. Mist finally manages to hold that momentum, getting back into the game. The higher ranked player is finally starting to assert some control. Emotion mid, Mist has been in great shape lately, putting up an 80% win rate in his last 10 series. It's a strange contrast because Ignis is the one actually controlling the pace of this particular map. The question now is whether Mist can translate that general form into an actual comeback here. Emotion mid. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-4. The rank 13 player is struggling to keep his lead secure. Ignis is looking incredibly sharp right now, and that win really puts the pressure on Mist as we approach the half. Emotion mid, Ignis holds a strong 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the favorite is doing exactly what we expected from him. He's outplaying Mist quite convincingly so far. Emotion mid. Fresh start for Mist here. Mist claws 1 back, but Ignis still leads 8-5. Looking at the ladder, we're seeing a very tight gap between these two. Ignis is just dominating this set, now sitting at 9-5. Ignis is just taking these rounds in a flash. He's putting on a clinic with his reaction time today. He's just on another level right now, stringing together 3 straight to leave Mist trailing. What a scramble. He manages to survive that chaotic exchange to move within a single round of victory. Unreal, he shuts it down completely to close out the series. He's just in a different league today. Mist couldn't find an answer for those reflex shots. Welcome to the stream. Lancer and Mist are stepping onto orange for a close match to see who takes the win. Lancer usually looks very comfortable in these matchups, leading their head-to-head total by nearly 100 rounds. So it's interesting to see him starting on the back foot. He needs to find his footing early if he wants to maintain that historical edge. Lancer holds a thin lead as we head back. He's really making the most of this high-stakes clash. These first 4 rounds have been lightning fast, neither player giving an inch so far. The higher rated player is starting to exert his influence. Mist pulls ahead by 1 as we enter round 5. His recent form has definitely been more consistent than the rank suggests. We're completely deadlocked at 3-all. It's a tough grind today for Mist, who's still hunting for a consistent run. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, just stepping up his game to seize the lead. He's definitely finding some confidence after that rough run earlier today. A total stalemate now with both players locked at 4. A very tight battle considering the similar rankings of these two. Mist holds a narrow edge as we move forward. His higher ranking is starting to play a role here. Lancer keeps trading blows with him. Neither player is able to put together a significant run of rounds today. Lancer barely edges ahead to claim a 1-round advantage. The higher seeded player is really fighting to regain control. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the type of dead heat we expected, given how close these two are on this map. It's anyone's game from here. Let's see who blinks first. Mist takes the lead at 7, putting Lancer under pressure. He's really playing the spoiler today after a tough run of games. And just like that, Lancer levels the playing field. A tough afternoon so far for the number 13 seed. Lancer is really starting to string these together, putting a lot of pressure on Mist to respond. Lancer just clawed back to make it 8-all. It's impressive to see him hold a 70% win rate in his last 10. Mist takes a 1-round lead as we start 17. Hiding a difficult run of results today, the number 13 seed is locking in. A complete shutdown. He's now taken 3 in a row to really seize control of the map. He's simply on another level right now, extending that run to 4 consecutive wins. Lancer manages to survive a close exchange, refusing to let the gap widen further. He really needed a round like that to breathe a bit. Mist is just 1 round away from closing the book on this series. Mist is capitalizing on every single opening he gets. He's refusing to go down easy, keeping this fight alive when it looked like it was over. It's a battle of wills as the favorite looks to stay in this. What a gritty fight from Lancer, refusing to let the match slide and pulling the score right back to 11-12. The momentum has completely shifted as the underdog fights back. Unbelievable! He's completely erased the deficit and we're heading into overtime. The sheer composure from both players to reach a tiebreaker. Mist steps back into the driver's seat with a completely effortless shutdown. A tough run of results today, but he's looking sharp now. Lancer is really feeling the pressure now. He's got to step up quickly or this series is over. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle with the odds today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Mist digs deep to survive with a sliver of health and move within striking distance of the title. Lancer digs in and wins another intense firefight to keep his hopes alive. Lancer is really digging in to stay competitive. Lancer looks unstoppable right now, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. That clean kill just completely shifted the energy of the server. What a finish. He closes things out and walks away with the victory. He really managed to flip the script on their long history together today. It was a total bloodbath in overtime. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Mappas. Ignis and Lancer are facing off today to see who can dominate this duel. Ignis has consistently performed better here, winning about 58% of their historic meetings. He's already carrying the momentum from their very last encounter. We'll see if Lancer can find any way to pivot the series. We've got a dead heat now with things tied up. He's fighting to overcome that lower win rate on the map. Lancer has grabbed the lead, putting Ignis on the back foot. A tough start for the favorite to weather. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, clutching the win by a hair. Lancer is coming off a tough set of results lately. Lancer is firmly in control with a 3-2 edge. Lancer is looking to flip the script after that tough loss to him on Italy. Lancer is simply rolling now, pushing a 4-2 lead. Looking at the ladder, they're essentially deadlocked in the standings. What a scramble! He hangs on by a thread to take this one. Lancer is fighting through a slump in his last 10. Ignis has a tough 13-23 record over the last day. It's clear that fatigue might be setting in compared to Lancer's more positive run. He'll need to shake this off quickly to avoid falling further behind. Lancer still holds a narrow edge at 5-4. They're essentially fighting for the same spot on the ladder. What a brawl! He walks away from that chaos with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer is putting his 16th spot on the ladder to good use. Lancer is really pulling away now, leading 7-4. The momentum is shifting toward the side that's been struggling in their last 10. Lancer holds a strong 8-4 advantage going into the break. Well, the pre-match favorite is really struggling here. It looks like a massive upset is brewing if Ignis can't flip this around quickly. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Goodness. Both of them were shredded in that exchange, but Lancer manages to survive with practically nothing left. Lancer is putting on a clinic to maintain this lead. Lancer is just relentless, stretching this to a 10-4 lead. Lancer is definitely finding a new gear compared to his recent struggles. Absolute control from the favorite. A clean sweep to extend his lead further. Lancer is looking to leave his 30% recent form in the dust. He finds his footing again with a sharp shot to put a halt to that run. A quick burst of action to keep the dream alive. He just needs one more to end this and he's practically there. Lancer is certainly proving the critics wrong today. What a finishing touch. He seals the victory with a perfect shot to close out the series. Total dominance today from a guy who usually struggles against him. He's finally shaking off that historical deficit. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Mist are facing off on red line today to see who comes out on top. Ignis enters this one with a massive historical advantage, winning over 60% of their head-to-head encounters. But Mist has been far more consistent in the last 24 hours. It'll be interesting to see if the long-term history holds up against that current momentum. Mist is quickly pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is starting to impose his will. A real back and forth start here, with both of these players trading rounds almost exactly. Both players are keeping their composure under pressure. Mist looks comfortable right now, using that high ground on the ramp to secure the edge. The higher rated man is looking sharp early on. Mist is just dominating, leading by a solid 2. He's certainly making up for that tough 5-13 loss from earlier. Mist holds a slim 1-round lead as we hit 7. He's fighting back after a disappointing loss to Lancer earlier today. Unbelievable. Ignis barely scrapes through that one, barely surviving to tie things up at 4-all. He's certainly shaking off that tough loss to Lancer from earlier. What a fight. Ignis barely survives that scramble to take a 5-4 lead. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that prior 13-5 victory. He simply isn't letting up, picking Mist right off the ramp to keep this roll going. Mist reacts quickly to push him off the ramp as we head into the break. Timely stop for him to keep things close. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the kind of contested fight we expected. Ignis showed some flashes of brilliance with that 4-round run, but Mist is holding his ground well. Time to see who blinks first. What a scramble. Ignis claws out a victory while practically on his last breath. That's another high-tension escape for him. Ignis is taking full control now, effortlessly shutting down Mist's attempt to hold the ramp. Ignis has officially seized the lead at 8-7. The higher rated player is definitely starting to find his footing. Mist fights back to lock this up at 8 apiece. Mist is looking dangerous after a decent 22-14 run today. Ignis is starting to put a real grip on this series, refusing to let Mist build any momentum. The rank 13 seed is feeling the pressure now. Absolutely wild. He barely keeps his head above water in that slugfest to pull ahead. Pure chaos in that exchange, just barely getting it done. Another hard-fought battle goes his way, extending that streak to 3. Mist is really struggling to find an answer today. He shuts that down instantly, showing some real grit to keep this fight alive. A quick set of reflexes to break that momentum. Mist refuses to go away, simply outdueling him from the ramp to keep this run going. That's a huge swing in the momentum right there. A complete shutdown of the round, leaving him just one step away from victory. He's certainly justifying that favorite status as we hit the end game. Mist puts up a great stand from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He has a knack for stepping up when the pressure is highest. What a finish. Ignis closes the door with a final strike from the ramp. He really lived on the edge today, pulling off some unbelievable survival plays to secure the victory. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Mist are stepping into the dunes for this match to see who comes out on top. Lancer has a clear lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 700 matches against his opponent. But that long-term edge hasn't helped him in their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if he can reverse the trend here. Mist is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is fighting hard to reclaim that overall lead. Mist had things firmly in hand, but Lancer has completely flipped the script on us. Mist holds a slim advantage as we hit round 5. He's currently sitting slightly higher on our rating. Mist is pulling away now with a 4-2 lead. His higher spot on the ladder seems to be paying off. A real battle this time, but he manages to hold his ground and extends the streak to 3. It's a completely different story from their match on Orange. He's absolutely rolling right now, picking up another one to keep the momentum swinging his way. Lancer answers back and cuts into that lead. Mist has been looking strong in his recent matches today. Mist is really capitalizing on a hot streak today with a 22-15 record over the last 24 hours. You know, that confidence is clearly translating into these high-pressure exchanges. He just needs to keep the focus tight to secure this lead. Mist enters the break with a commanding 8-4 lead. Well, this is definitely tilting the scales in his favor. We expected a close fight, but Lancer is really struggling to find an answer right now. Time for Lancer to wake up. Mist is just dominating, pushing his lead to 9-4. He's showing why he holds a higher position on our rating. Mist is simply relentless, extending his lead to 10-4. That was an incredibly quick exchange to close it out. He's just untouchable right now, shutting down any hope of a comeback with another huge round. He's absolutely crushing this, putting himself just a single victory away from the win. What a finish. Mist closes out the set with a final burst to take the victory. Lancer had the head-to-head history on his side, but it just wasn't his day out here. Welcome to the arena. We've got Ignis and Lancer stepping up for this match, with Ignis entering as the favorite today. Lancer has the mental edge right now, having won their last meeting in a 13-5 blowout. It's surprising because Ignis usually dominates this pairing historically. Lancer really needs to keep this momentum going if he wants to break that pattern. He's just untouchable right now, strolling to a perfect 3-0 lead. His current form is a massive shift from the 30% he's seen lately. Finally, he puts up a fight with a perfect shot to get back on the board. Totally clean stop there, and he's really digging in to claw this back. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to tie things up. A complete turnaround from how things started. He is just cruising now, taking complete control of the server. The favorite is finally starting to look like his usual self. He's simply refusing to let up, marking 5 straight wins to take the lead. The skill gap is really starting to manifest in these exchanges. Lancer trades out the damage and manages to hold his ground, cutting the gap to 1. A tight battle given how close their ratings are on the ladder. Deadlock at 5 apiece. Everything's wide open now. The two are essentially dead even on the ladder right now. Another fast round for him as he pushes his lead to 6-5 heading into the final map stretch. He's certainly proving why he's entered as the favorite. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. And honestly, the favorite is playing exactly how we anticipated. He's held on to a steady grip on the series despite a few strong pushes from Lancer. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Ignis edges ahead and now holds a thin lead. Lancer is playing a dangerous game for the number 16 spot. He's putting on a clinic from the ramp, steadily building his way back into this game. He's definitely proving his worth as a top 20 threat. Total shutdown here, and he's showing a lot of heart to push his lead to 9-6. He's comfortably asserting himself as the top dog of this pair. He's essentially taking over this game, strolling to a 3rd straight win. The confidence is really starting to show on the side of the favorite. Lancer answers back quickly, ending that run with a sharp shot of his own. The momentum is firmly with the favorite again after that effortless shot. Lancer really needs to find an answer fast. Lancer is refusing to let this get out of hand, keeping things very competitive as we head into the final stretch. He's really fighting to climb into that top 15 slot. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that firefight, but it puts him 1 point away from victory. That was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. A clean response from Lancer, keeping the dream alive for now. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against a higher-rated opponent. He's just refusing to go away, staying composed and grinding back into the series. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite now. Lancer is simply in a different gear right now, keeping this series breathing with a 3rd straight victory. Absolutely staggering. He takes this one and forces a tie, pushing us straight into overtime. The pressure is completely shifting as we head into these extra rounds. He's just on fire. Another flawless peak secures a massive 5-round surge. He's completely shut down his opponent in these final frames. He is simply unstoppable right now, securing a 6th straight victory in a flash. What a response. Ignis stops that onslaught with a lightning fast flick to get back within striking distance. He's showing incredible grit, managing to tie things up deep in the overtime stretch. We're staring at a total toss-up now. Insane. Lancer practically escapes death in that war of attrition, clinging on with a mere 3 HP to put himself one step away from victory. He finds a way to drag this back to a dead heat, putting the pressure squarely on Lancer. A quick exchange to bring this back to an even split. Ignis clinches the lead, moving to 16-15. Lancer strikes back to leave us completely tied at 16. Ignis grabs the advantage and now holds a 17-16 lead. Total chaos in the server as these two refuse to buckle. Ignis puts the pressure back on with an 18-16 cushion. A massive test of nerves for Lancer to recover from this. Lancer claws back to within 1, trailing 18-17. This is all coming down to who can keep a cooler head. Lancer forces another stalemate, leveling the tally at 18. The underdog is proving remarkably resilient in this marathon. Ignis recaptures the lead, pushing the score to 19-18. Lancer pulls it back to 19-19, refusing to yield. Lancer barely edges ahead to claim a 20-19 advantage. Just a brutal exchange of shots to take a narrow lead. Lancer takes a commanding 2-point lead at 21-19. The momentum shift is real, just as Lancer puts a huge gap between them. Lancer is practically untouchable, pushing it to 22-19. He's just shaking the rankings up today, continuing this hot streak against one of the best in the business. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we are on Fast Aim for a great matchup between Ignis and Mist. Let's see who takes this one. Ignis has historically dominated this matchup, winning about 65% of their encounters. But the overall ranks tell a different story, with Mist sitting quite a bit higher on our ladder. It'll be interesting to see if that skill gap overrides the mental edge Ignis usually holds. Mist just makes a strong play and manages to shut Ignis down on the ramp. His recent form looks a bit sharper today. Ignis is really rolling now with a 3-1 lead. Despite that ranking difference, he seems entirely comfortable in this series. Ignis is putting on some serious pressure now, just picking Mist right off the ramp. He's really showing why he's typically the favorite here. A quick outplay on the ramp gives him another round, moving things to 5-1. Mist is looking far less confident than he did during that blowout against Lancer. Mist manages to knock him off the ramp to secure a round. That higher ranking is starting to provide a safety net here. Ignis is really capitalizing on that head-to-head dominance, holding a massive advantage with 465 total wins against Mist. It's a tough mental hurdle to overcome when the numbers are this skewed. We have to wonder if Mist can actually find a way to flip the script. Ignis is just outclassing him, sitting pretty at 7-3. He's certainly taking advantage of a better day overall. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. The reaction times are just incredible. Ignis takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it's playing out exactly as we predicted. The favorite is simply too strong right now for Mist to keep up. Time to switch sides. Ignis is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-4. He's playing like his rating is much lower than it actually is. Ignis is absolutely cruising at 10-4. A much tougher day for him than that recent 13-4 victory against Lancer. A complete shutdown. He's just completely untouchable right now. That's quite the contrast from his recent dominance over Lancer. Mist gets an easy look and picks him off the ramp. He's definitely showing that higher seed in the rankings right now. Mist is finally digging his heels in and putting up a fight. The 13th seed is definitely starting to find his footing now. Ignis just cuts him down from the ramp to put himself on the verge of victory. His confidence is clearly returning after a rough start. What a way to close it out. Ignis secures the final kill and takes the victory. He just completely owned the server today. Mist had the skill, but he couldn't find an answer for those lightning fast reactions. Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup on Italy today between Lancer and Mist. Let's see who takes the win. Lancer historically owns the head-to-head with over 700 wins. However, Mist has clearly shifted the momentum in their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if that confidence persists through this set. Lancer holds a slim lead as they head back out. Both are firmly entrenched in the upper half of the ladder. Things are staying deadlocked here, with neither player able to string together more than 2 rounds in a row. Lancer is just 1 step ahead at 3-2. Mist is fighting to make up for that tough loss to Ignis earlier today. Lancer is pulling away now with a 4-2 cushion. He's taking full control after that tough loss to Ignis. That was a flash. Mist barely had to move to secure that one. Our 13th ranked player is looking sharp today. Lancer has a 19-17 record over the last day. It's a very modest push compared to the huge volume he usually puts in, but he's managing to keep the upper hand in the current exchanges. Let's see if that consistency pays off for him. Lancer's keeping the pressure high with a 6-4 lead. Mist is refusing to let Lancer pull away, keeping this right in the mix as we approach the midway mark. He's putting up some serious numbers today with 22 wins already. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of scrap we expected to see. Both of these guys are nearly identical in skill on Italy, so this tight scoreline makes total sense. Lancer barely holds the advantage, sitting at 7-6 now. He's coming off a really strong 22 and 14 day. And just like that, Mist has forced a deadlock. Everything is wide open for both of these players now. Lancer really likes that wine spot, using it to keep things tight and hold off Mist's push. Absolute chaos. Now we are completely tight at 8 all. The higher rated player is making a strong push here. Mist just surged ahead, taking a narrow 9-8 grip. This looks like a repeat of that 13-4 blowout we saw earlier. The pace is really picking up now. These two are just trading quick shots back and forth. This is becoming a complete toss-up between these two. Mist is edging closer to the finish line at 10-9. A hotter battle than that recent rout on Blame Dunes. Mist is just firing on all cylinders right now, picking up another quick win to extend the lead. He's just too fast right now, putting himself 1 round away from the victory. Pure dominance as we head into the final stretch. An incredible display of poise from Lancer, refusing to fold while staring down match point. What a finish! Mist secures the final kill to take the series. He really dug deep to close that out, especially since he's usually the one struggling in this pairing. Truly a hard-fought win. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off today to see who comes out on top. Ignis strikes fast to start this one, catching Lancer right as he was moving up the ramp. Ignis holds a 58% lifetime win rate in this specific head-to-head. It's the kind of historical edge that explains why we're seeing this fast start. I wonder if Lancer can shake off this early pressure and flip the script. Unbelievable, he manages to scrap through with a tiny sliver of health to keep this perfect run alive. He's certainly making up for that loss on Blame Map. Simply ruthless, putting Lancer in the crosshairs from the ramp for a perfect start. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from that blowout against Mist. Total control, he just can't find any answer to that precision. They're practically deadlocked in the ratings, but the gap today is huge. Finally, a round for Lancer, taking the victory from the ramp. He's proving today that his edge on Blame Map wasn't a fluke. Ignis is just dominating right now, leading 6-1. Tough break for the number 16 seed in the rankings. Ignis is putting on a clinic, reaching a 7-1 lead. It's a complete reversal from their previous encounter on Blame Map, where Lancer managed to edge it out. He's really making up for that loss in a big way. Lancer manages to secure another one, shutting down Ignis' attempt to hold the high ground. The number 16 spot on the ladder isn't giving up easily. Ignis keeps the pace high, catching Lancer again while he was attempting to hold the ramp. The higher rated player is really showing his class here. Lancer is refusing to go quietly, finding a way to secure his position on the ramp and keep things interesting. He's barely a point behind in the ratings, and it shows. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected today. Lancer needs a serious shift in energy if he wants to claw back into this game. Let's see if Lancer can dig in. Lancer is really putting up a fight here, managing to take a round off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. That was a clean look for Lancer to secure the lead back. Ignis is just cruising with a heavy 10-4 lead. His performance today has definitely been more consistent than his recent stretch. Lancer clawed one back, but Ignis still holds a 10-5 lead. He's showing some real grit after that tough loss to Mist. Ignis is staying aggressive and simply refuses to let Lancer build any momentum today. Just a stark contrast to how the match between these two went earlier. Lancer is really digging in now, pushing back against Ignis as he takes the fighting to the ramp. A quick reset for him to break the momentum. What a fight. He survives an absolute war of attrition to move within a single round of victory. Lancer is really feeling the heat right now. Absolute perfection for the final blow. Ignis closes it out and takes the series. He just completely erased that memory of the Blame Map loss. This is a huge statement for him coming into the next round. Welcome to the dunes. Ignis and Mist face off now, and the favorite looks ready for a great fight. Ignis enters the server holding a significant 466-253 lead in their head-to-head history. So the early pressure from Mist is likely a response to those long-term struggles. He's looking to flip the script early today. Mist is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely playing like a top 15 talent right now. Ignis is flipping the script here, completely reversing the momentum of this set. Both of these guys are firmly entrenched in the upper half of the ladder. Mist holds a slim lead as we enter round 5. Mist is certainly capitalizing on his recent top 15 momentum. Mist is just dominating the server, leading 4-2. He's simply too fast right now, keeping the pressure high with a 3rd straight win. Ignis stays composed, closing this one out with a lightning fast shot. The favorite starting to find his feet now. He's not letting up, clawing back into this set with another strong win. The gap in the rankings is finally starting to show. Mist has really stepped up his game today, coming in with a solid 23-13 record over the last 24 hours. It's clearly translating into confidence for him in this particular set. I wonder if he can maintain this pace to put the favorite away. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is really defying the odds right now. He's ignoring that long history of losses to Ignis and simply outplaying him in every duel. Time to see if Ignis reacts. He isn't going away quietly, securing a vital point to narrow this gap. We're seeing that high-tier consistency finally kick in. Total shutdown there. And just like that, we are completely tied up. Neither player is giving an inch in this battle. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's completely taken control of the server. A quick response from Mist, leveling the score perfectly. The momentum has shifted completely, bringing both players right back to a dead heat. He's refusing to fade away, securing a comfortable lead for the first time today. He's showing incredible grit, continuing this push to take a 2-round lead. It's getting harder for the underdog to find an answer here. Simply in an entirely different gear, making this look easy as he marches toward the finish line. And here's a spark of life from Mist, putting a stop to that run and keeping himself in the fight. He survives a heavy trade and claws his way to the precipice of victory. Incredibly clean execution to put the pressure right back on Mist. And that's it. A perfect finish to close out the series and secure the win. He just showed exactly why those head-to-head numbers are so skewed in his favor, proving far too strong for Mist today. Welcome to the arena. We have Lancer taking on Mist in today's duel to see who comes out on top. Lancer has an impressive historical lead with over 700 wins against Mist in their career matchups. You know, it's interesting because Mist actually took their most recent encounter. We're seeing if that old dominance still holds weight tonight. Absolute control from Lancer, who looks completely untouchable right now. The ladder might put him at 19, but he's playing like he's top 5. He's just completely in charge, strolling to a 4-0 lead. A complete reversal from their last head-to-head clash. Finally, a round for Mist, who finds a quick opening to put a point on the board. He's refusing to go away, cleaning up this exchange to get closer in the series. His confidence is surging after those quick finishes. He's on a tear now, shutting down the opposition to make it a 3-round run. Lancer is under immense pressure to keep his narrow lead. Incredible, he's completely wiped out the early deficit to even things up at 4-all. It's a total reset as they head into the second half. Lancer regains the lead, reacting just a bit faster in that encounter. A nice response for the man currently sitting at rank 19. Lancer is currently fighting through a tough stretch, bringing a low 30% win rate from his last 10 matches into this duel. It's making this current lead even more impressive given how much he's struggled lately. Let's see if he can actually close this out. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. And honestly, this is exactly the sort of deadlock we expected. Both of these guys trade heavy momentum swings and neither is letting the other run away with it. Time to see who wants it more. A swift finish here for Mist, showing great poise to narrow the gap. Lancer is definitely feeling the heat now. Lancer steadies the ship and puts 2 back up. A decent stretch for someone who's been at the receiving end lately. That was a walk in the park for Mist, who is showing some serious grit in this comeback effort. A very crisp play to get this game back to a 1-round difference. Lancer holds on to a slim 2-round cushion. The 13th-rated player in the league is starting to even the playing field. Keeps clawing back into this, refusing to let Lancer pull away. Both of these guys are just trading shots back and forth. Lancer pushes his advantage to a 2-round lead. Coming off a rough start against Ignis earlier today. Lancer is really starting to stack up the numbers here, making things look very one-sided. Mist answers back, showing a lot of heart to keep this contest alive. He's really fighting for his life to keep this series in reach. The momentum keeps swinging back towards Mist, who refuses to let this lead slip away. This is a total shift from the early stages of the map. Lancer puts an end to the pressure and puts himself in the driver's seat. Lancer looks much sharper now than he did in his earlier game today. What a conclusion. Lancer secures the final blow to close out the series. He really stepped up when it mattered, overcoming that recent slump to get the upper hand. He just barely held it together. What a fight. Welcome to the show. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off today on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Ignis leads their head-to-head matchup by a wide margin, having won about 58% of their encounters over the years. That historical advantage combined with his current win streak makes him a tough wall to climb. Lancer needs to shut that down early. Lancer is really capitalizing on that high ground, keeping the pressure on from the ramp. He's playing much better than his recent 40% form suggests. Absolutely effortless. He's now taken full control of this series. He's just too fast. Lancer keeps piling on the pressure with another win. And he answers back. Ignis shows some real grit here to close the gap. Lancer was just playing a flawless game until that last exchange. What a fight. Lancer barely survives that slugfest, clutching out the victory with just a sliver of health. A complete nail beater of around... Lancer reads him perfectly and shuts down that ramp angle to keep this lead. Lancer is playing way above his usual standard tonight. He's completely untouchable right now, ending that encounter in a blink. A quick scramble on the ramp, but Ignis manages to secure the kill. The top 15 man in our rating is finally starting to react. Ignis is really leaning into that recent form with an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear he's gaining momentum after a strong start to his day. If he can maintain this pace, he'll close the gap quickly. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is a complete reversal of what we expected. He's outplaying the favorite right now, but Ignis still has the overall head-to-head edge. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. His day has been a grueling climb with those 17 wins. Lancer is absolutely dominating this 8-10-4 blowout. Lancer wins the duel on the ramp, extending his current round to 3 straight. Lancer looks completely in control as he moves to the precipice of victory. Ignis is struggling to find a response to this onslaught. What a performance. He closes out the series with a final decisive push to secure the win. Huge statement win here, proving that those historical stats don't mean anything once the server is like
Welcome to the stream, everyone. Ignis and Mist are facing off on Mapas to see who comes out. Ignis holds a strong advantage in their historical head-to-head with a 65% win rate over his opponent.
But Mist is really looking sharp after a strong 22-14 run today. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum can offset the historical gap. Mist is really rolling now with a 2-1 lead. He's coming off a really tough 4-13 defeat to Lancer. Mist is really putting a lot of pressure on Ignis early on here. He is comfortably sitting in the top 15 on the ladder. Mist is just dominating, leading by 3 now. The higher ranked player is certainly making his presence felt here. A hard-fought exchange, but Ignis comes out on top to chip away at that lead. A quick exchange that helps the favorite claw back a bit. Ignis has a massive 15-21 record across his matches today. It's a tough start for him, especially considering the pressure to keep pace with the leaders. That was a total shutdown. He's refusing to go away quietly. A really clean finish to put the pressure back on. He's really digging in here, putting out another perfect round to close the gap. The momentum has completely shifted since that early lead. Mist is still clinging to a 2-round cushion. That's a surprising reversal given how the two matched up on Dunes. Mist still holds a commanding 3-round advantage. He's clearly capitalizing on that top 13 spot in the rankings right now. Mist takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he is making the most of his underdog status here. Ignis is looking really shaky right now, especially since he usually owns this matchup. Time for a fresh start. Mist is still firmly in control at 8-5. That was a lightning fast round to secure the pick. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to secure the round. Mist catches him quickly and shuts down that attempt from the ramp. It is surprising to see him outperforming the odds tonight. Mist is cruising along with a 10-5 lead. That was another surgically precise kill. Unreal. He almost went down, but barely manages to outlast him in that chaotic trade. Absolute nail-biter of a round there. What a fight! He barely survives that brawl to keep his momentum moving. He's really fighting for every single point right now. Mist is putting up a wall, shutting down the momentum. Ignis tried to build over those last 2 frames. Ignis is definitely starting to find his feet again, putting the pressure back on Mist. Just a few points away from forcing those extra rounds. He is staying strong, walking away from that exchange without taking a single hit. He's clearly shaken and unable to find an answer right now. He's simply on fire right now, keeping this charge going to pull within 1. The tide is turning fast as the pressure mounts. What a run. He's fully erased that early deficit to bring us level at 11 all. It's a complete deadlock moving an absolute wall of a performance. He's now just 1 point away from victory. What a phenomenal turnaround to seal the deal. Ignis overcomes the early deficit to claim the victory. He almost let that one slip away, but the composure at the end was just too much. He really had to earn it. What a match. Welcome everyone, Lancer and Mist are stepping onto orange today to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a lifetime advantage over Mist with a 53% win rate, but he's the one who needs to find his footing after that early round loss. It'll be interesting to see if his overall history carries him through the rest of the set. Mist is really starting to control the pace now. Mist is certainly making the most of his 22-15 days so far. We've got a real stalemate on our hands. These two just can't pull away from each other. A real battle between two top 15 contenders. Mist is currently leading the series 2-3. Lancer's previous victory in their last encounter was certainly convincing. Unreal Lancer barely survives that chaotic exchange to even the score. Coming off an absolute demolition of Ignis earlier today. Mist just nudged ahead to a 4-3 advantage. Lancer had the edge in their previous encounter. Back to a deadlock with both at 4. Both are comfortably situated in the top half of our rating. These two are trading rounds back and forth, making it very hard to call who has the upper hand. A tough stretch lately for Mist, but he's shaking it off here. Mist is comfortably holding his ground today with a 20-15 record over the last 24 hours. It's a strong contrast to his overall struggle in recent matches. He's really capitalizing on this momentum right now. We head into the break with a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly what we expected from two players this close in the rankings. It's essentially a coin flip heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Mist regains his slight lead, putting Lancer on the chase. He's fighting hard to overturn those recent losses. Mist is pulling away now with a 2-round cushion. The higher rated man is definitely finding his groove in this half. A messy exchange of fire, but he comes out on top to extend the lead. A tough spot for the 16th ranked man to be in. Absolute control here as he cleans house, taking a commanding lead into the final stretch. A huge reversal from their last meeting on Blame map. Lancer manages to close this out, keeping the pressure high as he claws back another round. The fight for position in the top 15 is always intense. What a scrap. Mist barely escapes that chaos with a single point of health left. Truly a miracle that he walked away from that unscathed. He halts the comeback attempt right there and puts his opponent in a desperate spot. Lancer's ranking usually puts him in a stronger position than this. Game over. Mist closes the door with a final outplay to secure the victory. He really shook off that losing streak with a statement performance. Total dominance on the map today. Welcome to the red line map. Let's see if the favored Ignis can take down Lancer in this match. Ignis holds a significant advantage in their overall history, leading the head-to-head count 900 to 641. The problem is Lancer absolutely crushed him in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see who owns the psychological edge today. He completely dismantles Lancer off that ramp, extending his lead to 3-0. He looks completely different than the guy who dominated their last meeting. Lancer finds his mark from the ramp to answer back, refusing to go quietly. Lancer needs to find some consistency to pull this back. Ignis is just running away with his 4-1 lead. Lancer can't afford to slide after that rough 7-13 loss to Mist earlier. Lancer is showing some real grit here, keeping the pressure on to close the gap. The underdog is showing a lot of confidence right now. Perfect read on this engage, and he's now just 1 round behind. The underdog is starting to look very dangerous tonight. Lancer manages to outduel him from the ramp to pull this game all the way back to a tie. Lancer is playing with total fearlessness right now. Ignis reclaimed control with a strong play from the Tetris. The 15 ranked player is finally finding some ground. Lancer just wipes him off the ramp, erasing the deficit to bring us level at 5 all. The gap in their ratings is barely noticeable at this point. Unbelievable, he manages to claw back from the brink to take the lead right before the side switch. He almost didn't walk away from that fight. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, it's a toss-up right now, but Ignis is still doing enough to keep pace with the underdog. Both players had strong streaks today, so it really comes down to who stays steadier. Fresh sides, fresh start. He manages to outplay his opponent in a quick exchange to take a narrow lead. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from that strong start to the half. Lancer puts on a strong display from the ramp to pull even further ahead. He's clearly a man on a mission tonight. Another fast win for Lancer, who's just completely taking over this half. Lancer is looking a lot more like the aggressor we saw in their previous clash. Absolutely crushing it now. Lancer secures another win from the ramp to keep his momentum soaring. He manages to shut down that surge and get back on the board. The gap in their overall head-to-head is massive. Another swift response from Ignis, who refuses to let this match slip away. He's really showing the top-tier skill set right now. What a statement! He looks completely untouchable right now, taking another round with ease. Lancer secures another effortless point from the ramp, continuing his impressive climb back into this match. The underdog is truly refusing to fall today. Lancer is just 1 step away from victory now, closing the gap entirely. The pressure is mounting for the favorite in this series. What a finish! Lancer closes it out with a flawless final duel to secure the victory. He's really making a statement today, proving that the gap between these two is virtually non-existent right now. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Ignis and Mist facing off on Italy in a close-looking match. Ignis has a massive lead in their career head-to-head battles. It's surprising to see him trailing early, given how often he dominated this specific rivalry. We'll have to see if he can reclaim that historical control today. Mist is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He is certainly looking sharp after that big win against Lancer. Both of these players are locked in a total stalemate right now, neither one giving the other an inch. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and Ignis barely survives the scrap to take the lead. We're all squared up now as Mist fights back. Mist is definitely playing with more confidence after that run against Lancer. Mist edges ahead, claiming a slim 4-3 advantage. He's looking much more comfortable now after that result against Lancer. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Ignis was just too fast to react in that one. Mist just keeps pulling ahead with a 5-4 lead. He's definitely taking advantage of that hot start today. Mist has been the much more consistent player today, going 21-15 over the last day. I mean, he's already shaken off his recent losses, so now he's looking like the one in complete control of this set. Mist holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the underdog is absolutely stealing this early momentum. Ignis has the history here, but he's just not finding the answers to Mist's aggression right now. Time for some new perspective. Mist is really running away with it at 8-5. The a priori advantage for the veteran isn't translating into results. Sudden burst of speed from Ignis, who wipes the slate clean with a perfect shot. A crucial stop to keep things within reach. Mist maintains a commanding 3-round cushion now. A tough spot for top seed to find himself in. He's showing real grit here, claiming another round with a perfect hit. That was an incredibly precise flick to bring this within striking distance. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. He's really proving that he can hang with a higher seed today. The momentum is completely on his side now, and Ignis is starting to look very vulnerable. Another effortless round for Mist, and now he's just a single point away from victory. He's definitely making the most of his current form. Game over. Mist closes it out with a final precise shot to seal the victory. He just completely dismantled the head-to-head history in this one. Ignis really couldn't find his footing today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Mist are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top. A strong start for Lancer, utilizing that ramp to get the early advantage. Lancer currently holds the head-to-head lead between these two. Mist answers back immediately, taking control of the pace from their ramp. Both these players are comfortably in the upper half of the ladder. Mist is really putting the pressure on right now, using that ramp to seize all the momentum. A total blur of motion as he picks up another point, putting his opponent in a deep hole. Lancer holds the high ground again and secures a quick victory. He's definitely looking to make up for that loss on orange. Lancer is on fire right now, dragging Mist right off that ramp to take the lead. Despite those stats, the matchup feels like a complete toss-up right now. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, securing another win from the ramp to extend his surge. A solid showing from the rank 15 seed so far. Mist brings the series back to a dead heat with a lightning fast response. Lancer is really leaning on that vertical space right now, taking control from the ramp to reclaim the advantage. Lancer still holds a strong historical lead with a 53% win rate against Mist in their all-time head-to-head. It's a bit ironic given that Mist has historically been the one to perform better on this specific map. It will be interesting to see if that map edge helps Mist climb back into this series. Lancer heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, it's surprising to see him in control here since Mist usually has the better record on this layout. Let's see if he can hold this gap. Time for the switch. Unbelievable. Mist claws back into the game, surviving by the skin of his teeth after an absolute war of attrition. Lancer barely survives that exchange, clawing out a victory with a tiny sliver of health. A hard-stopping exchange that almost went the other way. Lancer is dominating the pace with a 10-5 cushion. That looks like a very familiar pattern from their previous meetings. Mist has been the more consistent performer across the league today with a 22-15 record, and it's showing as he manages to keep his composure despite the score gap. He just needs a few more high-impact rounds to turn this around. That was an effortless finish to put him in a precarious spot. What a finish! Lancer closes it out with total precision to seal the victory. Lancer really put on a clinic today, proving that map history doesn't mean a thing when you're playing like that. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Ignis and Lancer facing off to see who takes the win today. Ignis historically dominates this matchup with a 58% win rate. But it's important to remember that Lancer was the one who took the most recent series between these two. We'll see if Ignis can keep that early momentum going. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is definitely playing with some confidence right now. Lancer has completely flipped the script here, erasing that initial deficit in a hurry. He is just too sharp right now, extending the lead to 3-2 with another clean victory. Lancer is just on another level right now, securing his 4th straight win without taking a single hit. Lancer is simply relentless, claiming a 5th straight round to push his lead to 5-2. It's a complete reversal of their most recent outing. Finally, a gritty trade-off where Ignis digs deep to secure a hard-fought victory. He's proving why he was the narrow favorite going into today. Lancer has put in a serious shift today, managing a 19-18 record across all his matches. It's clear that he's carrying that momentum directly into this game. If he continues this level of precision, the deficit for Ignis might become too steep to climb. Lancer staring down a commanding 7-4 advantage. Both players have been incredibly consistent on this particular map. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the underdog is really making a statement here. He's completely ignored the history between these two and is playing like the better man right now. Ignis needs to wake up now. Lancer just hammered another nail in with an 8-5 lead. A very solid start for Lancer after his 13-6 victory over Mist. A strong response here as he continues to climb back into this series. He's refusing to let this game slip away. Both players were swapping heavy damage, but he outlasted the exchange to tighten the gap. A much needed momentum shift for the side with the deficit. Absolutely breathtaking. He's just completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. He is absolutely on fire right now, moving into a lead with a flawless sequence. Lancer quickly shuts that down to keep the series deadlocked. Both of these guys are really fighting for every inch of ground. He's showing incredible poise right now, erasing a huge deficit to take the lead. He's really proving the pre-match labels wrong today. And we are back to a 10-10 tie. Lancer looks very comfortable today, sitting just above him in the rankings. He's showing incredible grit, walking away from that encounter without losing a single point of health. Lancer is making it nearly impossible for Ignis to string together a couple of rounds right now. Lancer is really making his presence felt today. Unbelievable. Lancer claws through a brutal exchange to reach the finish line of this map. Pure guts to pull that off with a sliver of health left. What a fight. He barely escapes with his life to force this game into overtime. Both of these guys are playing at a world-class level tonight. That was a total shutdown. He's putting on a clinic here to reclaim the lead. The momentum has shifted entirely toward the higher seeded player. He's just completely taken over this overtime sequence. The timing on that last shot was just perfect. He is simply on a tear right now, putting the pressure firmly on Lancer after another quick win. absolute madness. He closes out the series in a complete tear to secure the victory. He just refused to buckle under the pressure during that final stretch to pull this off. Talk about a grueling battle in overtime. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Mist are facing off on orange, with Ignis entering the duel as the favorite. Ignis holds a heavy advantage in their lifetime series, winning about 65% of their head-to-head games. But Mist is coming off a confident victory against him just a few hours ago. It'll be interesting to see who claims the mental edge here. Absolute chaos in this trade, and Mist just barely scrapes through the wreckage. He is certainly proving he can compete with the higher seed. Ignis looks dominant with a commanding 3-1 lead. A tight match for two of the top 15 in the rankings. Mist is really struggling to keep pace at 4-1. Hard to believe we're seeing the higher rated Mist stumble like this. He's just untouchable right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. A complete flip from that 13-7 result they had earlier today. He just can't stop the bleeding, and that's another one in the book for the leader. He's really putting that rank 13 seed in a tough spot. He's absolutely on fire, claiming 5 in a row to move to a 7-1 lead. It's a complete reversal from his recent form. He's just completely taken over this map, moving his counter to 6 straight. A quick response from Mist to halt that momentum. Still an uphill climb for the 13 ranked player. Mist is definitely showing off that higher rating, taking 2 quick rounds to narrow this gap. He's playing far more composed than he did in his other matches today. He just needs to keep this pressure high to force a real comeback. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the match is playing out exactly how we expected. The favorite is simply outclassing his opponent right now, though. Mist managed the late surge to keep things interesting. Ignis keeps the pressure high, pushing it to 9-4. He's quickly putting that Italy result behind him. Ignis is just out of reach now, leading 10-4. His recent 21-15 run over the last day isn't translating yet. He just shuts everything down, reclaiming control of the server with that effortless win. Pure aggression from Ignis to secure that lead. Mist finds his footing again to stop the momentum from swinging too far. A gritty effort to stay in this, despite the massive deficit. He steps right back into control, putting himself just one round away from victory. A really tough spot for a player currently sitting at rank 13. A sudden burst of reflex from Mist to keep the dream alive. A clean exchange that keeps him in the fight. Tough exchange there, but he manages to outlast the pressure for another win. Getting really comfortable under pressure now. He's simply refusing to go away, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. He's fighting for every single point at this stage. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to close out the match. He really clawed his way back into the server at the end, but he just couldn't close the gap. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Redline. Lancer and Mist are stepping up for this duel to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a significant overall head-to-head lead over Mist, and honestly, he should be feeling confident given that he completely dominated their last encounter. It will be interesting to see if Mist can turn that tide early today. Lancer pulls it back and makes it a close contest, catching Mist right as he was stepping down from the ramp. Still a very close gap in rating between these two. Lancer is quickly turning this around, leveraging that ramp for a strong advantage. The higher rated man is currently struggling to find an answer here. Mist catches Lancer out on the ramp and manages to secure a slim advantage for now. He's holding a slight edge in the overall rankings. Lancer was too fast there, picking Mist right off that ramp to tie things back up. Both players are keeping things tight in the upper half of the rating list. Mist just barely edges ahead with a 4-3 lead. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, catching Lancer while he was still trying to push out from the ramp. The momentum has completely shifted, and now he's just strolling through this match. He's just unstoppable right now, taking control of the fight to push his lead to 7. Lancer finally gets back into the game, shaking things up right before the side switch. A huge weight off his shoulders heading into the break. Mist takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, he's clearly the one firing better right now. Lancer has a strong lifetime head-to-head lead, but he looks a bit lost against the current pace of the match. Time for a reset. Lancer is currently at a 50% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's clear he's trying to stabilize after the rough start to this map. If he can keep this momentum going, he might actually close the gap here. Mist just couldn't let that ramp position go to waste, reacting instantly to put another round in the bag. Mist is showing a lot of resolve today. Unreal, he clings to life with just 3 HP after that chaotic exchange on the ramp. He's really showing nerves of steel to close out that one. He just completely shuts down any hope of a rally, picking Lancer right off the ramp. Lancer manages to win a gritty encounter, keeping his hopes alive. The higher rated man is certainly feeling the pressure now. Lancer is really picking up the pace here, and that ramp position proved to be exactly where he needed to be. He's certainly fighting to prove that head-to-head dominance again. He is on fire right now, taking down his opponent without letting a single bullet connect. Lancer refuses to back down, taking control from the ramp as he keeps this incredible run alive. Everything is leaning in the underdog's favor right now. Mist puts a stop to that run and moves a single step closer to victory. A critical stop here for the higher ranked man. Lancer continues to fight back, denying the immediate map close by knocking Mist off the ramp. The lower seed is refusing to just fade away. What a final strike. Mist closes it out with a perfect sequence to take the series. Lancer gave it everything to keep this a contest, but he just couldn't find that final push to close it out. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. Ignis and Lancer are ready to go, and it looks like Lancer is the favorite for this fight. Ignis has a substantial historical advantage in this rivalry, having won 58% of their total matches against Lancer. The oddity is that Lancer seems to have a stronger grip on the current momentum today. It'll be interesting to see if that continues. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Lancer hasn't looked like his usual self today. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange, but the streak hits 3. The lower ranked player of the two is really struggling right now. Lancer answers back immediately, keeping things tight at 3-2. He's looking for a way to avenge that loss from their last meeting. Pure chaos now, we are deadlocked at 3 apiece. Lancer is finally shaking off that rough start against Mist. He's just completely oppressive right now, claiming another one to firmly take the lead. Ignis answers back and levels the score. It's a battle of two upper half competitors right now. Ignis pulls ahead by 1 as we head into round 9. He's looking remarkably sharp after that dominant victory against Mist earlier. Lancer claws back, leaving us all square at 5. Lancer is just refusing to let the momentum swing back. What a fight. Both players were nearly empty, but he managed to clutch out a win just before the half. That was a nail-biter, but the momentum has shifted completely. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Honestly, everything is playing out just as expected. Both players are trading blows perfectly, but the favorite is still holding a steady line here. Let's see who takes the lead first. Lancer just takes him right off the ramp to reclaim that narrow lead. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence than in that last Dunes map. And we're right back to a standstill at 7-0. Both of these players have been remarkably active in the league today. Ignis edges ahead again, taking a narrow 1-point lead. He's really making a case for being the superior player today. That was lightning fast, and the streak hits 3 for the front runner. Lancer puts a stop to that run, cleaning things up to trail by just 1. He is really fighting to avenge that previous match on Dunes. Ignis has been really consistent today, putting together a strong 16-20 record over the last 24 hours. It's a high volume day for both of them, but Ignis is definitely capitalizing on his superior form. Lancer needs to find a way to disrupt this flow if he wants to get back in the game. Ignis is really putting the pressure on now, barely letting Lancer catch his breath. It's been a tough stretch for the guy sitting at rank 17. This is turning into a real chess match, with neither player able to string together more than a single round lately. He shuts him down from above. Lancer is really starting to seize control of this series. Both of these guys are really fighting for a top 15 spot. Total shutdown by Ignis to put himself just a single round away from victory. The underdog is really turning things around in this series. Game over. Ignis closes it out with a stunning final blow to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit there, especially with those last second saves. Just a heartbreaking way to let this one slip. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Ignis taking on Mist in a matchup where the favorite looks strong today. What a chaotic start. Both players were shredding each other, but Mist barely scraped by with a narrow victory. Ignis has a huge lead over Mist in their all-time head-to-head record. This is clearly a matchup where the favorite usually holds the upper hand. I wonder if Mist can find a way to reverse that trend this time. Ignis claws back into a lead as we enter round 4. He's really locked in after that 13-11 victory over Lancer. Absolute perfection there. He's just unstoppable right now. Despite the close ratings, that dominance is surprising. He's completely in control of the server, extending that run to 4 straight. Mist's higher rating hasn't really mattered in this one. He's just in a different gear right now, taking another one for a 5-round tier. Mist answers back with a clean sequence to stop that run. It's an interesting contrast to their recent 13-8 clash. He is showing serious resolve here, putting together another quick win to keep the pressure on. The turnaround is real. He's completely untouchable right now. A lightning fast reaction there, giving Ignis a 2-round cushion. Ignis has put together a decent run today, bringing his total to 17 wins so far. He's definitely carrying that confidence into this particular duel. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this momentum through the half. Ignis takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's just playing exactly like the favorite we expected today. Mist is fighting back, but he's trailing the pace of the match. Ignis stays out of reach, now leading 8-5. He's playing a tough series after that 38 defeat to his opponent. Ignis keeps the momentum, extending his lead to 9-5. His recent victory over Lancer really set the tone for this series. These encounters are getting shorter and shorter. It's almost like he's anticipating every single move. He manages to survive a frantic exchange, keeping his lead comfortably at 11-5. Mist just secured a quick exchange to keep himself in the fight. The ladder suggests he's actually the slightly stronger player in this pair. Mist is starting to chip away at that gap and looking like a real threat here. He's clearly not shaking off the pressure yet. That was lightning fast. He puts himself in a position to close this out right now. Unreal. He closes out the series with a perfectly clean finish to secure the victory. He's just looking way too comfortable today, barely breaking a sweat to secure another one over Mist. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Mist are facing off on map pass to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a distinct advantage in their overall head-to-head history, leading with 770 wins. He's looking to really capitalize on that psychological edge now, especially since he's coming off a tough few games. Let's see if he can keep the pressure up. Lancer's really controlling the pace, leading 2-1. Mist seems to be channeling that last win they shared. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Lancer is simply reacting faster right now. That's a solid response after dropping their previous set. Lancer pulls ahead 3-2, putting Mist on the defensive. Mist has been putting up some seriously strong numbers in the last few hours. And just like that, Mist brings us back to a deadlock. The momentum seems to be shifting away from the overall head-to-head lead. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he comes through for another 3-round sequence. Lancer has really struggled to close things out today. He's completely taking over now, securing a 4th straight victory. He's really struggling to find an answer today. What an incredible scramble. He nearly went down, but managed to survive with a sliver of health. Mist has the edge in the ratings, but Lancer keeps proving he can compete. We are officially all squared up at 5 apiece. He is fighting a tough stretch of form right now. Mist sneaks into the lead, making it 6-5. He seems to have the upper hand in their most recent encounters. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a toss-up, but Mist has the edge. That 4-round run really tilted the scales in the first half. Lancer needs a big response here. Mist's recent form has been quite impressive, and he's managed to put together a high 21-15 record over the last 24 hours. Well, that momentum seems to be spilling over into this set as soon as he gets a lead. Lancer will have to find a way to break this streak quickly. Lancer catches him right off the ramp, showing some real grit in this push. He's looking a lot sharper now that he's back in his flow. He's absolutely on fire. Sweeping the board to tie it up at 8 apiece. A completely different animal than we saw in the first half. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking full control of this series with another perfect entry. Goodness, what a brawl! He barely scraped through that encounter, but it's a 5th straight victory for the comeback kid. He's just too fast, extending this run to 6 straight while leaving his opponent in the dust. He's completely taken over the game, reaching match point with a perfect shot. Just a complete collapse from the opposition in these closing frames. Unbelievable. Lancer secures the final blow to close it out and complete the most incredible comeback. He really fought back from the brink, proving that his historical dominance in this rivalry isn't just a fluke. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes map. Ignis and Lancer are facing off today, and both players look ready for action. Ignis holds a massive historical advantage in this rivalry, and is coming in with a high win rate over his last 10 matches. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off that early loss and lean into his experience against Lancer. Lancer is now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's currently proving why he's ranked so close to the top. Lancer is really putting the pressure on early, making it tough for Ignis to get back into the match. Lancer holds a narrow 3-2 lead heading into this one. Ignis is definitely leaning on that historic advantage in the head-to-head. Lancer's just cruise, controlling with a commanding 4-2 cushion. Both players have been playing a huge volume of games today. Lancer has a 50% win rate over his last 10 games. Well, he's clearly capitalizing on that confidence to put Ignis on the defensive. I wonder if he can push this lead even further before the halftime break. Another near instant reaction for the lead, and the momentum has completely shifted back to Lancer. It is a complete flip from their most recent encounter. He's just completely untouchable right now, making it 4 straight for the lead. He is simply on another level right now, securing 5 straight for a huge lead. A total shutout. He's just completely overwhelmed the opposition as we head toward the break. Lancer is just taking over the server right now. Lancer takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, Ignis looks completely lost against the underdog right now. He's going to need a perfect second half to recover from that 7-round slide. Time for Ignis to wake up. We're gonna take a very quick breather, but stick around as we return shortly. And we are back live on the Dunes with Lancer holding a commanding 10-2 lead. Ignis finally gets one on the board, trailing 3-10. Coming off a high point with that 13-7 win over Mist. Lancer is just refusing to let Ignis get any momentum going today. It's a huge swing from their recent battle on Blade map. Lancer shuts the door on the comeback effort and is now just 1 round away from victory. The favorite is really asserting his will in this series. A quick exchange of shots and Ignis manages to claw one back. That was a lightning fast reflex play to stay in the fight. What a statement finish. He closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the series. Massive result for the lower seed, proving that he's more than capable of handling this guy. Welcome everyone, Ignis and Mist are stepping onto Fast Aim to see who comes out on top today. Ignis has a massive head-to-head advantage, having won 65% of their total encounters. It's clearly a mental edge that continues to pay dividends. We'll see if Mist can finally break this pattern. Mist handles the pressure well, shutting down that push from the ramp to tie things up. Both of these players are sitting comfortably in the upper half of our rating. Ignis is really putting on the pressure here, catching Mist right as he tried to hold that ramp position. Ignis maintains a slim lead with a 3-2 advantage. These two are almost identical on the ladder right now. Mist has fought back to bring us totally level. His 16th spot on the ladder seems perfectly fine for now. Mist claims another one from the ramp, putting him on a 3-round tier. He's putting some serious pressure on the favorite right now. Ignis manages to edge out a victory while both players were fighting for the high ground. He had the upper hand in their last meeting as well. Ignis barely clings to the lead at 5-4. Looking at the recent form, his current slump is becoming a real issue. A total deadlock on the ramp, and Mist manages to come out of that scramble on top. A really tight struggle as we head into the final stretch. Mist is really seizing this moment, capitalizing on that ramp position to take a commanding grip on the game. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is completely defying the expectations here. He's managed to keep Ignis off balance and is in a great spot to steal this series. Time for the side swap. Mist is really flying right now, quickly putting distance between himself and his opponent. It's a total reversal from their previous encounter. Showing a lot of grit, digging in to secure another one for himself. A much needed response to hold that slide. Mist is really finding his confidence, and it's a welcome change from his struggles today. Looking at the numbers, his current 2016 record over the last 24 hours proves he's more than capable of keeping pace. If he can maintain this momentum, the upset is almost guaranteed. Mist is closing in on the finish at 10-7. A critical stop right here to keep the dream alive. Another lightning fast win for Ignis, who is showing some real toughness to keep this comeback alive. Mist is just too sharp from the ramp today, putting a huge dent in Ignis' hopes for a comeback. He shuts down that little spark from Ignis and is now just 1 round away from victory. The script has completely flipped for the favorite today. Ignis finds his mark and pulls him right off that ramp to keep the fight going. That's a heavy blow to the momentum right as the finish line is in sight. What a way to close it out. Mist cements the victory with a huge final play to take home the win. He's finally shaking off that historical slump and proving he can hold his own against the top 10. Talk about a huge statement win!